reconvene from April 14th and 19th. This meeting is being convened by electronic means. And as such, council members may participate in person by electronic means, but please leave your videos on for purposes of confirming quorum. If we lose connection during any portion of the hearing, we'll recess the meeting until the connection is restored. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and the YouTube link, which is on Twitter at @VancCityClerk. Of course, as always, we acknowledge we're in the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all of us who live here. And thanks to staff for everything you do every day in the city. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Not here. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business, and Councillor Kobe Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Just before we begin, a few things. Public can participate by speaking over the phone or submitting written comments to or speaking to council in person. Speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments, and you should say whether or not you support or oppose the project, and if you're a resident of Vancouver. Speakers can only speak once and should follow along at @VancCityClerk for updates, so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any other comments can be sent to vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments, and the link is also on Twitter. For speakers who have presentations, we'll help you navigate through those slides. Helpful if you say next, though, so we can advance your presentation. And we have a longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. So please avoid using gendered honorifics when addressing staff or speakers. Our role tonight is to be a quasi-judicial body, meaning we're only to consider the merits of the zoning application or heritage designation. And thanks to council for keeping it in the bounds last night, sticking to this application only. Council members may speak and ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice, but we save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, council may approve the application, refuse the application, or refer it back to staff for further consideration. As a reminder, on April 14th, council approved items 1, 2, and 3 and began hearing from speakers on item 4, which continued this past Tuesday and will continue tonight. Once all speakers have been heard, the speakers list will close and will subsequently close the receipt of public comments. We'll hear closing comments from staff and the applicant and additional questions to staff, and then debate and make a decision on that item. If council does not conclude this item this evening, we'll recess and reconvene on May 10th at 6 p.m. here in council chambers. Again, if we don't finish tonight, we'll come back at 6 p.m. on May 10th. So we're going to continue with the CD1 rezoning on 1477 West Broadway. We have received 2 yellow memos related to this item. So just a reminder, though, that the one dated April 19th is meant to replace the one dated April 14th. So really, when the motion is moved to debate the report, please move the yellow memo dated April 19th. We do have speakers on the line to provide comments, and we ended last time with speaker 61. So we're going to start with speaker 62, Anna Holton. Just a reminder, council, there are 80 total speakers registered, so we have about 20 to hear this evening. And after that, we'll have an open call for speakers. I will call 3 times. So if folks missed their turn on the list, if they were listed but didn't speak, that will be the time for them to call in and address this item. For anybody who wants to speak on this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by code 1061445#. The number's on Twitter and on the live stream. And at the end of the night, we'll have speakers come forward to the podium if they're in the chambers. Okay, so we're going to move to speaker number 62, Anna Holton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Anna Holton. I oppose the CD1 rezoning at 1477 West Broadway as a 39-story tower. I support the inclusion of a much-needed grocery store, however. A grocery store should be part of this development regardless of its height. There are not enough places to grocery shop in Fairview. The few grocers that we did have left long ago due to increasing commercial rents and property taxes. I was born in Vancouver and lived here most of my life. I was a renter for over 35 years, mostly in Vancouver. I understand young renters' frustration. I became a condo owner 9 years ago following retirement on selling my parents' home after they died. Before that, I lived in a Kit's rental walk-up for 20 years. I'm not a NIMBY. I'm in favor of low to mid-rise human-scale development that suits the character of this neighborhood. A mixture of mid-rise buildings, including at this site, is needed to achieve the same rental unit goal while supporting a healthy, livable community. I live in Fairview, north of Broadway. 1477 West Broadway is located 3 blocks uphill from me. I can see the crane. Because of Fairview's natural slope, this tower will appear to be 12 to 14 stories taller. The incline will make it approximately 51 to 54 stories from my perspective and the perspective of those that live in False Creek, the Brewery District, and 4th Avenue. I would like to share my analysis of the voting data on the city website and comment on the impact this proposed building will have on affordability. Data analysis. I analyzed the correspondence received by the clerk regarding CD1 rezoning at 1477 West Broadway between 10 a.m. on April 7th, 2022 and 12 noon on April 21st, 2022. To analyze the data, I reviewed every PDF file listing support and opposed votes. I discarded duplicate votes which used the same name and focused on the votes of declared Vancouverites, sorting them by neighborhood affiliation. I recommend disregarding the 2 votes of MLAs who voiced their support as not as residents, but in their official capacities, which I feel is completely inappropriate. I believe that the clerk has on screen for you the votes as of 12 p.m. today. These are the raw totals that show on the city website. 387 opposed, 584 in support, for a total of 971 votes. From that, 802 votes showed an affiliation with the neighborhood. In other words, they did not say I do not live in Vancouver, or they were not from an unknown place. So 802 total, of which 316 were opposed and 486 were in favor. But when you look at the total Fairview voters, there were only 236. Of that, 143 were opposed and 93 were in favor. That means that the percentage of Fairview voters among total Vancouver voters was only 29%. But of that 29%, 61% were opposed to the rezoning and 39% favored it. Part of the difference in the total Vancouver votes can be accounted for by a post on Reddit on the internet this morning by someone supporting this rezoning. This Reddit post prompted a flurry of 140 support comments, all added within a short time following the Reddit post. My second point concerns affordability. I'm concerned about the affordability of the majority of the apartments in this proposed building. The city needs more affordable rental units that are not subject to market forces. Of 223 rental units, 174 will be at market prices. Many more of these apartments need to be affordable for the young people who aspire to live in them and who support this development. The city is getting only 49 units of below-market housing, while the developer is saving $3.3 million in waived CACs. These community amenities costs, CACs, will be borne by the property owners and renters in the city. By approving this rezoning, the city only gains 49 below-market units. As many speakers have pointed out, market forces will drive up the cost of land in the neighborhood, putting pressure on currently affordable rentals. The knock-on effect will be demolitions of long-standing renters. Sadly, 174 expensive market-price rentals plus 49 below-market rentals will in no way compensate for the net loss of affordable rentals which will occur. In summary, there are 2 significant reasons why you should reject this proposal.
You are at your 5 minutes. Just
Okay, can I
one
just summarize? Okay.
Just
One,
quickly.
neighborhood residents are overwhelmingly opposed to the rezoning, and two, the application will lead to increased taxes, higher rents, and encourage evictions in the neighborhood, decreasing affordability. For these reasons, I ask that you reject this rezoning. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick has questions for you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much for your analysis.
Thank
Do
you.
you think it's important that we be influenced as decision makers by our residents?
Yes.
And in your analysis of the limited data that's come in through the city's website, you mentioned a Reddit post. Did you look back over the entire history of the feedback received by the clerk that has been recorded in this regard?
Okay, I mentioned in my methodology that what I had done was I looked at all the correspondence that the city had received, all those PDFs that are posted on the website that were received between 10 a.m. the 7th of April and 12 p.m. today. I went through each of those PDFs, listing the support and opposed, and I totaled them up by where they lived. I discounted the I do not live in Vancouver's and the unknowns. Now, I understand that the people do not have to declare where they're from because according to the clerk, that is an optional thing. So, and there were actually roughly the same number of people who were opposed or in favor that said they were unknown. So they're neither here nor there.
So you noted the big flurry of activity from that Reddit post. If you look
well,
at
actually, the funny thing is, I was shocked, and I didn't think to keep a thing, but a screenshot. But as I was analyzing the data, I was on the city website, and all of a sudden, while looking at the PDF, most recent PDFs this morning, this Reddit post appeared in front of me saying, you know, there's more opposed than support. And I was shocked, but I don't use Reddit myself. I didn't think to capture it. It was a colleague, a friend that told me that they saw it too. So that was obviously going on today. There were people trying to get more support for the development through Reddit.
The reason I asked the question, if you look back historically, there was another similar bump in the list of input where we saw 200 and something come in within a very short period of time. And my question was if you'd look back historically to see if there was similarly another Reddit post at that time.
I apologize. I didn't analyze the date stamps. I was so busy looking at the names and the neighborhoods that I can't speak to that. I'm sorry, I can't answer your question.
Okay. Anyhow, I think the point of this is the way that the process is manipulated online is, I think that you've pointed that out and we can elaborate on it, but that's the key point that I think needs to be taken in by council right now.
Thank
Wouldn't
you
you
very
say?
much. Yes, I would.
Okay, thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for speaking to council. I was interested in your analysis when you broke it down in terms of total Vancouver votes with neighborhood affiliation, and then you did Fairview specifically. I'm wondering if you can comment on how you would guide council or suggest that we weigh Fairview votes, for example, versus people that might live in an adjacent but very close neighborhood. They might be in South Granville or Kitts, or might just be slightly further over to
well, I actually, there's no South Granville neighborhood listed on the list of neighborhoods that one can choose. But I can tell you that 55% of the people from Kitsilano were opposed, and they're in the path of this. And then the next people on the path are people in West Point Grey, and 81% of the people that voted were against it. So there is opposition. The people that 57% in Dunbar South Granville were opposed. Carisdale, 47% were opposed. So the bulk of the people that tend to be in favor are people that live in farther away locations such as Grandview Woodland and Cedar Cottage, I'm just trying to see some of the other places
Did you look
like
at
that.
anything
Yeah.
close to Oak Street, for example, east of Oak, or in that neighborhood, or a little bit south, like
I'm
downtown,
sorry,
or
but
south towards Canada,
I
or just
don't.
curious?
I'm not that familiar with the neighborhoods other than looking at them on the map, and so I can't really address your question. I do have the data that I crunched. I just showed you the Fairview information because to me that was telling.
I want to jump in because we have limited time to ask questions, but I guess my question sort of more philosophically is how would you guide council to sort of weigh, are you suggesting that we should attribute more weight to people that are in Fairview versus an adjacent neighborhood? Because sometimes we have things that come forward that might be impacting the neighborhood. Like we
here,
might have, let me just finish the question.
All of
For example, if
Vancouver
we're
should have
developing
a right to speak, but
Ma'am?
the neighborhood which is most
Could I finish
affected
my-
should be
Ma'am,
weighed
I
the
have-
most heavily in these rezoning applications. Did you get that? Shall I say it again?
No, I did,
All
but I didn't have.
Vancouver should have a
finish-
right to speak, but
Ma'am?
the neighborhood most affected should be weighed most heavily in rezoning applications.
Yes, I did hear
And
you.
you
Thank you. I
can't
just
know what
haven't
that
yet
is
finished
unless
the
people
question.
have to reply where they live.
Yes, I understand, ma'am. I did hear you. I didn't have a chance to finish the question, but I will leave it there. Thank you for speaking.
Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
But
Thanks. I also was interested in better understanding, especially as someone who's lived in multiple neighborhoods, if somebody who maybe would like to move to the location to be closer to their work, but lives further away now, or lived there but was priced out and would like to move back. I guess I'm also curious why or how you think we should be weighing some voices over others in terms of that feedback.
well, I think the people that are most directly affected are the people that live in the neighborhood. We're the ones that are going to be falling in the shadow, who will be affected by seasonal affective disorder from diminished light. The people that want to live here, I support them. It would be lovely for them to live here. But the fact is that these units are going to be very unaffordable. And people that aspire to live here won't be able to do so.
Sorry, I've limited time, but I guess
to where I work, so I can't really address your question.
Yeah, I guess I assume somebody will live there because these units will fill up. So would people priced out of the neighborhood also be directly affected by the ability to live in the neighborhood? Maybe I'm being too philosophical, but like Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm just trying to understand your point about how we should weigh out some voices over others.
Okay, well, I'm trying to understand what you just said, which was how we should...
Just around who's directly affected when they get priced out of the neighborhood or don't have a choice. Anyway, I have limited time, so I have one other question I wanted to ask, which is I'm curious to your point about the need for more non-market housing. If you would support this project as it's proposed, if all of the units were, if it was a nonprofit or co-op housing project, for instance, but still at the same height.
I have to sadly say no. No, because I think that building height is inappropriate for the site. It is far too tall. It will stick out like a sore thumb. I think that structure wouldn't work, but you could put a lot of lower rise ones to total 223 non-market housing. That would be wonderful. I wouldn't have a problem with that. It's not the number, it's the structure itself and all of the problems that it's going to cause with land values and causing dam evictions in the neighborhood. I hope I've answered your question.
I appreciate your time. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Shall I ring off now?
No, Councillor Fry has questions.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Speaker, for providing data. Always like to get the data type stuff. You mentioned a perspective issue, and I'm looking for it in the report. I'm not finding it. I think you said it would appear to be 8 stories taller.
Yeah.
From a certain vantage.
Sorry, I can't direct you to the specific thing. I know it was a photograph in one of the submissions of someone who was opposed that showed. I think I've got a picture of it saved on my phone here, so I can tell you what it said. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
it said,
but it's sorry.
Yeah,
Apologies.
you're
The
asking
dog.
me about someone else's presentation, and I'm sorry I don't have that at hand. It was
So
part
okay,
of getting
I
this
just wanted to clarify. It
information
wasn't
compiled.
it wasn't in our presentation though, and it wasn't in the package that was submitted. This was from a campaign that someone else had prepared.
I believe it was. I will try and find it and send it to the clerk if it would be helpful to you. I could source it when I'm off the phone. I can't do it while I'm on the phone talking to you. I've got too many documents sitting here in front of me, and I don't know which one it was in. But there was a perspective that showed what it looked like up the hill.
But I guess what I'm getting at here, and I'm sort of playing a bit of devil's advocate, is that was a campaign in opposition to this project. Yet you're saying that
Yes,
campaigns in support of this project should be invalidated because they're campaigns. And I'm just wondering if that's double standard, or I don't even know. But I would be curious to see it if you can send it along to.
Well, you're talking about you're equating people's written submissions to council as being a campaign with some person putting a request on Reddit this morning to get more people to write in and say they're in support of this. I don't equate the two. The one has taken, the person that put together the information for you and prepared the data has spent a lot of time doing it. It doesn't take long. If I use Reddit, I could have sent out a tweet thing too saying, I'm opposed, come with me and oppose as well. I don't think that the two are equal in any shape or form.
Okay, well, I'd certainly be curious to see the citation that you're mentioning.
I will endeavor
about
to
the
find
perspective.
it.
Thank you.
I will endeavor to find it.
Thank you.
And I can send it to the clerk.
Hey, thanks so much. That's it for questions for you. Thank you so much for calling in this evening. And we're going to move to speaker number 63, Valerie N. Jenkinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. First off, before I start on this proposal, I would like to just talk about the process of, I appreciate the public hearing tonight, but it has been impossible to get information on the Broadway plan other than the website. I phoned in to 311. I asked to speak to somebody. I was told nobody has a telephone, which is absolutely ridiculous. I was given an email address. I emailed it twice. It bounced back. I phoned back and was given an alternate email address, which also bounced back. So there was no way of getting hold of anybody for further specific information that I was looking for.
Excuse me, just let you know that tonight's public hearing is not about the Broadway plan. It's about a single building.
But I understand that, but I wanted information about this and about the plan. And you cannot get hold of your staff and on any type of information, including this one. So that is a flaw in the system that I would like to record before I make specific information. On this specific topic, 12 years ago, we termed the eco-density, and we talked about going up as being very viable economically, financially, and environmentally. Almost all the research now says that that is not the way to go to support those three pillars. If you look at the Journal of Urban Sustainability, if you look at the Robert Griffiths report on the consequences of living in high-rise buildings, they attest to the fact that cities like Munich, where you have between 4 and 6 stories, are the way to go economically, environmentally, and they're much more sustainable. High-rises, according to the Urban Sustainability Journal, take 140% more total emissions going into the atmosphere. There have been, I don't want to repeat all the speakers, but I listened in for 4 hours the other day, and there were some very good comments made regarding the well-being of children and the infrastructure that is needed. I am not particularly opposed to high-rises. if they meet the need. And I am very, very sympathetic with people who are looking for affordable housing. What I don't believe is that this is going to give them affordable housing. This will go to market value. There's too few, under market value condos that are going to be there. So it's not going to be particularly good for all those people that are phoning in and saying, I want to live in Vancouver and I need something affordable. It's not going to meet that need. It'll just bump up the rents in different places. But from a sustainability point of view, from the well-being of people, we have not done the homework that would be necessary for me to say, yes, I support this project. As I say, I'm not intrinsically opposed to a high-rise, despite the evidence that it is not the way to go for a sustainable city. And if we're going to be a green city, I think that needs to be looked at. However, where is the infrastructure going? The schools that my friends are working in right now are absolutely bursting to the core. Teachers are burning out because they have so many children in their classroom. I work in water and infrastructure. We don't have the support that we need. Where's the 100-year plan that we're looking at? I think that the term cart before the horse is very realistic, and we need to do a lot more work on making sure that the infrastructure to support this development is in place before this is approved. Thank you very much.
You do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, please, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Good to hear from you. You're also, have you looked at this through an economic development lens? I know that that's, from what I remember, part of your background.
Yes, well, when you look at the research that has been done, and as I quote Munich as being a city where the growth has been between 0.9 and 3.64% every year. So it's, because we say, well, Vancouver's growing very fast, so is Munich. And yet, if you go there, it is a very, very livable city. It doesn't feel like a huge city that Vancouver is now becoming. But it's doing well economically, it's doing well environmentally. Paris is often quoted in studies, but Paris has only had a 0.54% growth rate in the last couple of years. So it's not growing at the same level as Vancouver. It's about half the level of the Vancouver growth. But the Vancouver growth has come because we have been noted as being one of the most livable cities in the world for the last 10 years. It is not becoming that way now. If I talk to anybody in my neighborhood, I've got people moving out of Vancouver, not so much because they want to cash out, but because they're just finding it too busy. I had a friend who came to visit me the other day, and I called her and I said, where are you? She said, I just couldn't get a parking spot anywhere close. I went home. So if we put in another huge high-rise without the infrastructure, and this is my point, do we really need another downtown? Why do we need two downtowns? And this building, before the Broadway plan is approved, before it's all looked at with the infrastructure, I think it's premature. So whether it's environmentally, socially, or economically, I think we are premature in approving this process before we have the answers.
So environmentally, socially, economically.
And those are your three pillars.
Nailed it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I'm just wondering if you would support an approach where we allowed 4 to 6 stories of housing everywhere across the city, like many European cities, instead of limiting housing to arterials and going up higher on arterials like this instead.
You're looking at 44% of the entire growth of Vancouver in the next 10 years being concentrated in one small area. There are many ways to increase the density without making it unlivable. I live about 3 blocks from 1477. I've struggled over the years to keep my house. I almost went bankrupt in 1982 when interest rates hit 22%. But I have 5 units. My rent for a 1-bedroom are around about $1,100. If my building, as is slated to be taken down, those people will never find anything comparable. We have a halfway house just out in the neighborhood, a half a block from where I live. that will be taken down. Where are those people going to go? There is social housing where people have a green space in the middle, a place for their children to play, and their own front door. Those are all going to go. So popping people into just high-rise condos without the necessary infrastructure, the playgrounds, the schools, etc., I don't believe is a way to make a city more livable.
Okay, sorry, just to clarify, you have own a rental building nearby?
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up
I
to
would
5
just
minutes.
say that I have, I keep my rent low. I have good tenants, and they're elderly people now. I don't know where they would go if my building in this plan is torn down.
Okay,
So I'm not
sorry,
trying to capitalize
just to
on
clarify, if
yeah.
you own the building, though, nothing would force it to come down unless you were to decide to sell it or decide to redevelop it.
Or it is expropriated. Or
Okay.
I have a 20-story building next to me all the way around. And my building may not be taken down because it's historic, but I will have 20-story buildings on every side of me.
Okay, thanks. My time's up. I'll hand it off.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks very much, and I really appreciate you coming. And I am intrigued also with your comment about Munich. I haven't been to Munich recently. Historically, I have. I've recently been to Berlin and Paris, and I've noticed that there really aren't any single-family homes. So there are, I mean, in Paris, predominantly 8 to 10-story buildings, and the same thing in Berlin, and virtually no single-family homes. So I'm wondering if that's a preferred option for you. Like, I guess it's a similar question to that posed by Councillor Boyle, but density can come in different forms, high and then low, but also across the board. And literally in Europe, it's across the board. No single-family homes, 8 to 10 stories.
Well, in our neighborhood, there is pretty well everything is already a fourplex. And then there's lane-away houses that can be put in. Those places could easily be made into 4 and 8 plexes. So you don't even need to assemble land, which always puts the price up. You could increase the density, improve housing at a much lesser cost without forcing all the prices up to the developers. So there are many options that can be looked at. But yes, certainly rather than making a second downtown with 20-story buildings that are not what is now recommended to make cities sustainable in all the research that is now being done, I would prefer to see the low rises maintained. And things that are in keeping with neighborhoods, we talk a lot about climate change. The neighborhood around here, if you look at the greenery, the amount of trees that are capturing carbon output, it's very livable. You make it a concrete jungle, that's not quite as livable, not anywhere near as livable.
I understand. I used to live in South Granville, not a problem, but I own now in the West End. And what do you think about the idea in the West End, which is, or as an example, where there's a real limitation on the number of high towers? There's only 2 per block. There's a mixture of older traditional homes from 100 years ago. There's 3 stories, there's 6 stories. I mean, it's quite a mix. Is that something that you are interested in?
I think that is much more livable. I think it maintains the livability of Vancouver. And I think that that's why a lot of people, I remember I came here as an immigrant in 1970, and there was a poster downtown, a billboard that said, once in a world, a city like Vancouver. And that always struck by me. I think that if you talk to any one of my friends now, they would disagree with that. So
great.
I think
that,
yes,
yeah,
I
do love the
diversity,
West End.
diversity is good.
Thank you. Really appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Thank you for calling in tonight. And we're going to move to speaker number 64 of 80. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. It looks like Sue Vermosi. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Sue Vermosi, I see. Speaker 64.
Okay, even if you had your glasses on, you wouldn't be able to pronounce it. It's Sue Fenbeshi.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Nope, no problem. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of Granville Fairview, and I oppose the rezoning of 1477 West Broadway. I thank you for the chance to tell you why. I've rented in the Granville Broadway area for over 25 years. It's walkable and livable, or has been so far. I've already noticed with the new Broadway corridor build, there is undue stress on parking, sidewalks, and access to retail. I can only imagine what it'd be like if this 39-story structure goes through. Let's just think on a minute for this. The original proposal was for 5 stories. What changed? Now they're trying for 39 stories. That will be seen from everywhere. You'll see it at 16th and Granville. It'll even block the view from Queen Elizabeth Park. This tower will hover over all of Fairview slopes. You'll be in its shadow on Granville Island. So why is that a problem? People need the sun. They need to be able to see the sky for mental health. As our lives get busier, we won't be able to get out to the parks, but we can still walk in our neighborhoods with all the cherry trees blooming. This building won't get people out of their cars. Previous speakers have said the schools are full to capacity, so the kids will have to be chauffeured out of the area. That isn't getting people out of their cars. Tall buildings break down a sense of community. How many people know their neighbors in tall structures as these? I do, but I live in a 3-story walk-up. I see my neighbors daily. Why? It's only 35 units. We're not spending our time taking the elevator to the 39th floor. I get planting advice from the lady next door, and I can borrow a cup of sugar from Joe down the hall. We are a community that looks after each other. Community, sense of belonging, not feeling alone. This helps with people's overall mental health. How many people in favor of the rezoning actually live here? The other speaker spoke on that. This won't affect their mental health. They just want it to go. They don't care. It's not in their backyard. We need housing. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying, how have we switched from a 5-story to a 39-story overnight? And too bad for us. Who will have to move out of here? It'll set a precedent all along Broadway SkyTrain line. I'm afraid that this tower will make room for more. Look at 2538 Birch Street, the old Denny's site. It's 28 stories. It's only a matter of time before owners sell off and all the affordable low-rises will be demolished. These towers won't be able to house all those displaced tenants, nor are they planned for that. The developer wants over-market value apartments for most part and is promising only 20% below market, which still won't be affordable. I think the only people that will be able to use these are Airbnbers. I guess tourists need their housing. As I walked down my street on Tuesday, I noticed 2 buildings are up for sale, 1055, 1086 West 10th. It's already happening. It's a part of an apartment portfolio of 5 buildings. 13 of the 57 units, 23%, are being held vacant to attract buyers. Investors are presented with a rare opportunity for immediate repositioning and rental upside realization. What does that mean? They're going to hike the rents. Opportunity to significantly increase cash flow upon tenant turnover and renovation. What does that mean? People are going to get kicked out. I'm not speculating anymore. This is actually happening 3 blocks away from the tower with rental inventory at an all-time low. Why is it that we're replacing perfectly good suites to replace it with this? I'm worried how the structure will look when you drive down the Granville Street. It's going to be marring the environment. And moving towards an environmental sustainable economy does not include a 39-story concrete building, and many more will follow along the SkyTrain. 1477 West Broadway will inflate surrounding land values, increase taxes, which will increase rents. There will be gentrification and housing costs and lead to more demolitions. I'm sure of it. More displaced tenants that used to live in affordable housing, the housing that we are saying we need so desperately. Why not add to the housing, not take away? I urge you to oppose the rezoning of this big black tower on 1477 West Broadway. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time today. I don't see anybody on the queue for you in terms of asking questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And thanks again for calling in. We have speaker number 65, Nolan Strong.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Hey. So I appreciate everyone taking the time to listen to us tonight. My name is Nolan. I'm from Vancouver, and I've grown up in Metro Vancouver my whole life, just like many other callers. on this line tonight. Obviously, one of the biggest challenges I face as a 25-year-old finishing university is finding a place to rent, especially when the cost an arm and a leg just to find a place in Vancouver, a place especially where I was born. So coming from me having to be born and raised here, and then obviously having that kind of reality hit that I actually may not be able to live in the city that I was born in. Many rental applications, properties, and landlords are being overwhelmed with applications all the time. I really appreciate how this development is literally right above a SkyTrain. So we talk about green city, how we're a pro environment. Yeah, we sit here and let people sit in hours upon hours of rush hour traffic every day throughout the entire city, which obviously is not green. We try to push this whole transit plan, but let's see if we can build buildings around that to help the young people getting around, young people who live in the city, and lower emissions is all the benefit of everyone. I honestly don't want to take a lot of your guys' time, but I just want to end by saying we just can't afford, not to hold this off any longer. I support this project 100%. I'm all for it, and I do think it'll allow, people like me, myself, like my age, who are in this situation, to actually be able to live in the city that I was born in. So I appreciate you guys' time, and I think that's it.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. We have Luis Villegas in person, I believe.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to present an urbanist assessment, how inappropriate tower scale destroys the quality of place. Join me at 11 o'clock on any sunny day at 1 Kingsway. There will be no sun there. We will be standing in shadow of the Rise Tower, approved at a public hearing just like this one 13 years ago. What else will towers rain on our neighborhoods? Hiding the view of the mountains? Yes. Building the canyon effect on Broadway? Count on it. Pouring gasoline on the bonfire of the housing crisis? Yup. Cart before the horse? You bet. Village Square? Our planners don't give many signs of understanding what that means. Destroying the walkability of place? Yups. Here then are 7 brutal facts about this tower. 1, the tower is not needed to support 1% growth in our city. The latest census shows our city growing at 1% per year, a rate maintained since 1980. At 1% growth, the population doubles every 72 years. In 2013, the Mount Pleasant Charette plan doubled the neighborhood residential space with buildings less than 4 stories high. Thus, we can house Vancouver's growth until 2094 without building a single new tower. Key point, human-scale urbanism plans extinguish the bonfire of the housing crisis. Building the tower is putting out the bonfire with gasoline. 2, who benefits, who loses from the 39-story building? Developers benefit, falling up rents 8 times over the 5-story zoning. Only high floors fetch high rents. Neighborhoods lose, towers shadow the streets and the parks, block the mountains, and cause traffic gridlock. 3, the alternative to this tower is found in the great cities all over the world, mentioned already by other speakers: Vienna, Barcelona, Amsterdam, Paris, Rome, Portland, Oregon, all use human-scale typologies to achieve high density. Total floors are not the whole story. Great cities are built one neighborhood at a time, with village squares, urban spines, and treed boulevards. At human scale, without towers, London pioneered the Garden City in its northern suburbs, all single houses and row houses with a core of walk-up apartments. Yet every Garden City is high density. By the way, Hong Kong is not on the list. 4, abandon the towers and subway paradigm. Big-ticket infrastructure projects require mega-density private projects to pencil out. Towers and SkyTrains have triggered land inflation for 40 years with no end in sight. Council should take the first step. Build a human-scale urbanism in our city and region starting right now. Say no to this tower. The people demand it. We can house all Canadians for all time, building in the human-scale vernacular. Canada is the largest free country in the world by land mass. We are not running out of space anytime soon. Small ticket infrastructure, the Olympic tram, human scale neighborhoods, South Falls Creek, will take us where the people want to go. This tower is greenwash, a massive carbon footprint posing as a green building. 1447 Broadway is a bunker-busting bomb. The same strategy was used in Mount Pleasant, Grandview Woodlands, Oak Ridge, Marple, Sunset, Hastings Sunrise, Joy Station, and Norquay. Get a big tower approved, that opens the floodgates for filling up the neighborhoods with more towers. None of these neighborhoods are better for it, neither will South Granville. 6, towers do not reduce driving, they add congestion. Neither will the subway reduce driving. Car trips are a function of road space, not urban paradigm. Traffic must be tamed, not stopped. Human scale neighborhoods give drivers a reason to slow down. Tower corridors induce drivers to speed up. 7, towers drive land inflation. Subways and towers lift land values, igniting real estate speculation. Sound familiar? This council has been at it for 4 years. Every vote in favor of 1477 Broadway throws gasoline on the bonfire of the housing crisis. Planning for 5 stories, then granting 39, giving 4.1 times more floor space, just keeps the bonfire burning. Council, stop this. Say no to this tower.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Louis.
You're welcome.
So the subway is going in, the subway and tower paradigm that you described from an urban design perspective is a reality. The horse as it is out of the barn. Forget about the cart before the horse. So now knowing that, and we're looking at this specific location, the argument is the horse is out of the barn. We've got the subway, even though it doesn't lead to the kind of distributed density and distributed transit that as an urban form that you described, but it is what it is. So given that knowledge, what do you think? It's coming. Are we just delaying the inevitable, or what can be done to reset?
We're making a big mistake. Councillor Carr mentioned Paris. You know, the narrowest boulevard in Paris is 98 feet. The width of Broadway is 99 feet. When we get 6 and 8 stories in Paris, not 8 and 10 as she suggested, we have those 6 or 8 stories fronting spaces that are 150, 160, 220 in the case of the Champs-Élysées, right? Gigantic open spaces with these towers on this, or these buildings on the side, and they're not towers, right? So I think the only suggestion is what Arthur Erickson used to say: put the tower on its side.
Well, we know that we can accommodate the same density just through different configurations. I think so. So your suggestion is, instead of those 39 stories going horizontally, that we place them vertically in a more distributed form. But how does that address the fact that we've got the subway now? With, you know, it's there, even though it's not desirable from a distributed density perspective.
Look,
What do we do?
the Paris subway carries 120,000 people per hour in one direction. Okay, we're going to build a SkyTrain subway. It's only going to carry 15,000 people per hour in one direction. It's like 9 times smaller, and that's at peak capacity. It's 9 times smaller than any subway anywhere in the world. So it's really a little tiny train, okay? So let's not make a bigger deal about it than it really is, right? What we really need to do, you know, think about it as grain. This is a coarse grain plan that plonks the density in a few places, like lumps. What we need is a fine grain distribution, because that creates the strongest neighborhood. That supports social functioning.
I totally agree with you, but the point that I'm trying to make is we have what we have before us right now, and we have this rezoning application before us right now. And even though it flies in the face of good urbanism, as you're describing, it is in front of us right now.
But
so are you suggesting then that this site at this particular location, which has been defined as important for placemaking, somewhere between 5 and 39 stories, if you were to pick a number, what would it be?
I would say at 5.
Okay, fair. So I just wanted to touch on one other thing that you talked about in your remarks, and that was the inflationary impact of this kind of rezoning at this site along Broadway and the precedent that it sets. Can you comment on the impact of rezoning on inflation in this case?
Yeah, on a price per square foot, these kinds of projects set the new precedent. And so what we see on our neighborhoods, and you can see this along King Edward, say, around Queen Elizabeth Park, where on one side of the road, you have new 4-story row houses. On the other side of the road, you got 1920s bungalows just sitting there waiting to be sold at a higher price. So the whole speculation thing, what it does to the neighborhood is it creates a market for high value sites, and everybody else just simply land banks. They sit there waiting, doing nothing. And so the character of the neighborhood decays while it's waiting for this new, renaissance, which is really never going to happen.
Well, I've been saying that right across the city. So when you refer to putting out a fire with gasoline or adding gasoline to the fire, it's really a case of inflating land values in the exact opposite of what we need for creating affordability.
Exactly. And then you have to ask the question, who's going to buy this tower? And it's going to be some kind of a global property management firm that is going to turn it into real estate investment trust paper. And so that the people that invest in this site are going to be buying paper instead of a unit. And these giant conglomerates that are starting to amass all of these rental properties all over the world are just looking for return on value.
Thanks. We're at the 5 minutes,
Thanks,
Councilor.
Louis.
Mr. Carr?
Yeah, thanks very much. I really appreciate your coming to speak to us. In terms of you talked about the 6 to 8 stories in Paris. It's true, 6 to 8 stories in Paris, 8 to 10 in Berlin.
Okay.
In the sense of Vancouver, my interest in your response is to the question. Can we produce affordable housing at this, what you call the human scale of development? And I think it might even be less than 6 to 8 stories or 8 to 10 stories. I'm not quite sure what your definition of human scale development, but the key issue here is, can we produce affordable housing at the scale that you're talking about?
Okay, so a quick explanation of human scale, and then I'll answer the affordable housing strategy that I think would work. So human scale, 2 measures that we have for human scale. One is how far you need to crane your head up to see the sky above the building across the street. And if that angle is higher than about 16 degrees, it's considered to be beyond human scale. People just don't look up so much. We tend to look down so that we don't trip or whatever. The other measurement of human scale, which is quite interesting for Vancouver because we are a northern city, is what is the solar angle on the shortest day of the year. And it happens to be 18 degrees. And that works out to a 1-to-3 proportion. So if the building is higher than 3 times, if the building is 1/3 of the width of the street, then we're going to get that winter sun coming in. Okay, so it's a 1-to-3 proportion. So on Broadway, it suggests that with a 99-foot street, a building wall higher than 33 feet is going to start darkening the place in the wintertime, which is where we probably need the sun the most. Now, these things have to be identified and then agreed upon. So it's not written in law, right? With the business of bringing down the price of housing, if we're going to do human scale buildings, you have to understand, the towers are not bringing down the price of housing, right? When the economists and the bankers and the urbanists all agree that we have a problem of supply, we're not agreeing about the same supply. The urbanists think that the supply that we're lacking is trips out of the core. SkyTrain only reaches an area that is about 85% the size of the city of Surrey. Beyond that, we're driving on freeways and 1930s highways like Lougheed Highway, Fraser Highway, and the King George to access cheap enough land to build affordable housing. So the actual number of people that can drive out of Vancouver, because the SkyTrain doesn't work anymore, it only goes that far and stops, so we have to drive out, and access affordable land is like less than 20,000 people per hour. So that's the shortage in supply. Adding condos is only going to increase the price of the condos. They've remained more or less stable or within the affordability definition by the federal government over the years because we have been adding so many. But that will eventually stop. And if you then go and talk to people, there's only a small segment of the population that wants to live in a condo. Most of them are still talking to me about the Canadian dream. And that is a house. Now, it could be a courtyard house, a row house, or what have you. So when we add these new products, we have to remember that we're building in a market that is completely out of control, that is going to swallow up anything that we put out there. The speculation is an all-time frenzy right now. So we not only have to add product and add transportation trips outside of this core that we created with SkyTrain, we have to add that new housing in a way that is protected from speculation. And the best examples put contracts on title, what we call co-op housing or South Falls Creek. Okay, so we have a very complicated problem because we've been at this for 40 years, making it worse every year, right? So we have to add speculation protected or affordability guaranteed housing stock, and we have to add it in places where it's close to transit, and that transit can't
Okay,
be.
so I get your point, but the problem is, I mean, maybe it's not a problem, but how do we get what you're talking about is non-market housing. Non-market housing absolutely gets us there, but this is market housing, and we're not doing market housing, or market housing is the majority of housing in Vancouver. So how do we get market housing at the scale and the price to be affordable to workers in Vancouver?
Thanks very much.
We're out of time. I'm so sorry.
Good question, though.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll just remind you that we are here tonight at a quasi-judicial hearing to talk about a single building that is under consideration at this public hearing. So if you could, stick within the boundaries, that would be really appreciated. Thanks. Speaker number 67 of 80, Carol Volkart.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay. My name is Carol Volkart, and I am a Vancouver resident. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. Thank you for your time. I will focus on the environmental aspects of this development, but first I'd like to say that I share the concerns many others have raised. This tower is too tall and will negatively affect the neighborhood. Its process through City Hall raises trust issues, and residents weren't properly consulted. Its failure to pay either community amenity contributions or development cost levies means taxpayers will be stuck with extra costs to ensure the developer gets the profits it feels necessary. In return for all these negatives, we'll get a pitifully few units of so-called affordability, a lot more high-priced ones, and a grocery store. I do not think this is a fair deal for Vancouver citizens. But the main issue I'd like to raise is how this building fits for the city's environmental agenda. We know this high-rise is the vanguard of hundreds of similar towers proposed under the Broadway and Vancouver plans, towers that will make concrete canyons out of many parts of our city. Council has heard, but I will repeat, that research is increasingly showing that high-rises are not good for the environment. They are less sustainable than low and mid-rise buildings built largely of wood, because steel and concrete produce a lot of greenhouse gases while wood traps it. They are inefficient, leaking heat through their glass walls and balconies. The city knows this. A 2014 city study found the energy performance of low-rise multi-unit residential buildings was 28% better than mid-rise and 22% better than high-rise ones. Vancouver's 2016 zero emissions buildings plan said low-rise multi-unit residential buildings are the ideal building form and construction type for cost-effective, high-performing building envelopes and ventilation systems. With this in mind, I ask why the city is choosing to put so many of its eggs into the environmentally disastrous basket of high-rise development. This one megatower, multiplied by the hundreds more to follow, make a mockery of the $500 million Climate Emergency Action Plan based on a 371-page report the councillors so enthusiastically passed last year. I noticed at the beginning of this hearing, but several councillors seemed alarmed by the criticism that this proposal was not environmentally friendly. They asked questions of staff and the developer and seemed satisfied with the response. The response, as far as I could make out, was that it was environmentally okay because it was providing dense housing above a subway station, meaning that residents wouldn't have to use their cars. Oh, and it has a grocery store. That seemed to be a very superficial answer, given the deeper scientific questions about greenhouse gases and energy leakage of this kind of construction. Council should probe much deeper before accepting such rationale. During these hearings, we've heard about other cities that have built livable, workable, low and mid-rise alternatives to concrete canyons. Why aren't we looking at them and figuring out how we can do it even better? Vancouver has a history of good urban planning and a stunning natural setting. We could use that in developing imaginative new ways of creating affordable housing throughout the city. We could be a model for others about doing it right. Senior governments are now getting excited about the lack of affordable housing, which ironically they helped create through their past policies. They're blaming cities for slow approvals of retrograde towers like this one, oblivious to how little affordable housing it will produce. We know market development does not produce affordable housing. We have only to look at our own city to see that no matter how much is built, prices just keep going up. No wonder developers' job is to make money, not provide affordable housing. Let's turn the tables. Let's develop a citywide model of imaginative, livable, affordable, low-rise housing and ask the senior governments for their help in making it a reality. How can they refuse? This council has put a lot of emphasis on two priorities, climate change and affordable housing. Towers like this fail on both counts. So why would you approve it and set the stage for many, many similar failures to follow? I urge council to reject this proposal. 1477 West Broadway is a symbol of failure and backward thinking. Vancouver can do much, much better. Thank you.
We have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, number 5.
Thank you very much, Carol. But we are faced with this decision on this project here and now. It's in the context of the Broadway plan, which we haven't approved, and it's in the context of the Vancouver plan, which we haven't approved, but here we are. It's predicated on the notion of transit center development at this location, which is the justification, despite all of the considerations that you mentioned. But here we are. We have to make a decision. You're saying don't do it, turn it down. But what in the absence of the further rethink, as you described, what do you think we do here and now?
I would go with Lewis's suggestion and go to 5 or maybe even 6 or 8 stories there. You know, since the subway will be there, they may as well make use of it. But when you talk about the subway being there, it's also amazing how much parking they're providing for a building that is supposedly predicated on transit. You know, the reason it's being there is because of transit. Anyway, that's a side issue.
What about additional? We've looked at different forms other than concrete. We're seeing more high rises built out of different forms of wood and lumber as it's being processed now. But it's being touted because it's more environmentally friendly, and you can go up to say 12 stories without too much fuss. Would that be? Is there a middle ground?
Well, that actually might be a good demonstration project of a good maybe a 12-story or 8 to 12-story wood building, because you know, people have said it's going to be a placemaker, so you know, make it something special and different. I mean, it's obviously way too far along to even think about realistically about that, but perhaps for the rest of the you know, all the building that's coming.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much. Appreciated your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your participation tonight. That is it for questions for you. We're going to move on to Andrea Braxendale. Baxendale, sorry, for the next speaker.
There, you got it. Hi, Andrea Baxendale. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposed rezoning at 1477 West Broadway. There's been some great speakers, and I've actually learned a lot listening to everybody over the last couple of nights of speakers. My main points were going to be regarding affordability and livability in the city. The extra height is being asked for under the affordability, and when the developer was asked for what the units would go for, they weren't able to supply an answer. I live down in Fairview. The building behind us across the lane was given extra height because they were a rental building, and so under the affordability of Vancouver, they were given three extra stories. And I'm just going to give an example of some of the rents because I feel like we in Vancouver talk about 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom stories, but we never talk in specifics. So if a 1-bedroom is 318 square feet and it rents for $1,880 a month, in my mind, that's not affordable or livable. In that same building, the penthouses, which are bigger, they're just under 2,000 square feet, which is a good size unit, rents for $7,500 a month. And that building was through the Affordability Act of Vancouver. And I find that frightening. I think that people maybe aren't aware of these prices that are going on. The developer talked about community and how the building would be a community. We know that generally for safety in these buildings, you can't move from floor to floor. So these are separate floors. And then you, as people have said before me, you go down through the elevator and out. And the idea that the developer would talk about community and then ask for the DCLs to be waived, I find shocking. We in Vancouver, DCL should just be part of the cost of doing business. It shouldn't be negotiated. It should just be, that should be in the accounts, and we should not be waiving them. And if I understand, I appreciate that we're not supposed to talk about Broadway plan. I'm not sure how we separate it because it is a precedent-setting building. And if it's waived on this building, I don't know how you can argue that the other buildings don't also have it waived. The lack of amenities in our city, the lack of planning for schools, parks, community centers, the things that make a city livable, to me, it's very frightening. There was another building that was put through, again, under affordability, and all the schools around it were also full. So, I appreciate that families need a place to live, and we need our families, and we don't want to see everybody having to move out of the city, but we need to supply them with what they need to have a good life. And the little park that was referenced a couple of nights ago at 7th and Fur, that is an amazing little park. It's across from a bakery. It's adjacent to the Greenway. It's got community gardens all around it. And if it is shadowed by this building and we increase the density, with the shadowing going all the way down to False Creek, it really is concerning to me. So those are kind of my 2 points. I spent some time in Chicago last summer, and they ask a lot of their developers. They ask a lot, and they don't have a problem getting people to develop in their city. So I think Vancouver should be asking more of their developers, not less. As I do own a condo in Fairview, and I'm a little, I'm tired of having my property taxes increase like everybody else, and then seeing developers having their DCLCs waived. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you'll really consider what it means to have this building rezoned, and I hope that you will turn it down and oppose it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. Next is Shannon Farkinson, speaker number 69. Speaker number 69.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
The speaker is not on the line.
Thanks so much. Next is Aidan Crawford, speaker 70.
Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thanks. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Aiden Crawford, and I am a born and raised Vancouverite. This is my first time speaking at Council, so I thank you for your patience and for letting me speak today. I felt compelled to call in because I'm surprised that this project is controversial at all. I used to work on Granville Island, and I would use the 99B line all the time. I believe this project is so central to our city, and I can't imagine how awesome it would be to live here. I also can't imagine what else would go here but rental housing. Currently, I rent just down the hill on the eastern side of Kit, and I can definitely see myself grocery shopping here, taking transit, and maybe even getting a job here one day that occupies the office space also available. I think that building density at transit is sustainable, and we need more projects like this. This project will deliver rental homes on a site that has no housing, and there is no displacement. I know that the city is super desirable to live in. I think that we need to continue to be realistic and build for the future of our city. And I appreciate the chance to speak tonight, and I do hope that you vote in favor for this project.
Thank you for calling in tonight. Council, I don't see any speakers for you, so just thank you for your participation and move on to speaker number 71, Michelle Scar.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Great. Hi, Mayor and Council. It's my first time calling in, and I am supporting this rezoning. I'm in my 20s, and I live in Burnaby with my parents, but I'm actually calling you today from a park in Vancouver that I drove to. I'm really happy I found parking. I used to live in Vancouver, and I would prefer to live there, but I don't want to spend half of my income on shelter. I'm very lucky to have the option to live with my parents, and I'm privileged to have the free time to call into this public hearing tonight. I'm honestly shocked that there's any opposition to this project during a housing crisis and a climate crisis. This rezoning should truly be a no-brainer, and you already know all the reasons why. But let me reiterate. It is minutes away from downtown. It won't displace a soul. It will include a grocery store. It's steps away from rapid transit, and it provides over 200 desperately needed rental units. I could go on for hours about the negative effects of exclusionary zoning, but really I want to move out of my parents' house this century, and this meeting is dragging on. So please approve this building. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. Thanks. Maureen Coleman, 72. Speaker 72, Maureen Coleman.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Maureen Coleman, and I'm a resident of Vancouver living in Mount Pleasant. I'm calling this evening to express my support of the proposed project at 1477 West Broadway. I support this project as it will bring over 200 critically needed rental apartments to the city, with 20% of those units being below market rates. This project will bring together the problem-solving combination of a transit hub with access to Granville South Station and adjacent bus stops, shops, including a much-needed grocery store, office space, and most importantly, as mentioned earlier, the rental units. Finally, the rooftop amenity space with access for residents and office people is a brilliant feature. Pardon me. On a personal note, this neighborhood has always been a favorite destination. Stroll along 16th to Granville, pop into Mine Hearts for special treats, gaze at the shoes displayed in the windows of Lord's, browse the treasures in Restoration Hardware, lunch, books, the galleries, then bumble home again along Broadway. With approval of this project, which aligns, I understand, with the emerging direction of the Broadway plan, I'll be able to shop for groceries before heading home and hop the train back to Broadway City Hall or Main Street stations. Granville and Broadway has always been an important Vancouver intersection. If this project is approved, and I hope it will be a city landmark reflecting a real commitment to rental housing, public transportation, and revitalization. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you. I appreciate you phoning in tonight. And I'll move to the next speaker, 73, Cameron Fleming, speaker number 73.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me tonight. I'd like to voice my support of this project. I think there's a lot of reasons why I think this fits all the policies that the city's put forth for their housing plan in the city. I'm sure you've heard all those. So I'm really here to talk on, the personal side of things. I live in the area 2 blocks away, just at 8th and Pine. I moved over here about 3 years ago. And, I noticed in the last couple of years, the area it feels a little bit hollow, especially in the evening. This building alone, I think, can help revitalize the entire area, both for all the families that I'm starting to see that are moving into my building. When they go walk outside in the evening with their kids, there's actually something happening instead of just staring at, big gray concrete buildings. But there's also a whole series of retail stores on Granville Street that I drive by every day. And every day I see a new for lease sign. And so I think if there's more people in the area, that will completely help transform those businesses. So you've got both the personal nature of people living here as well as the business side of things. So in closing, again, I live in the area and I'm completely for this project at Broadway and Granville. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you. And next we have speaker number 74, Daniela Elza. Speaker number 74, Daniela Elza.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Thanks very much. We're going to go to speaker number 75, Peter McGee.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Pete McGee. I live in South Granville, and I have numerous small businesses in the neighborhood or close to it, and I oppose the proposed rezoning at 1477. To be clear, I and those businesses have a lot to gain from the proposed tower being approved. At any given time, those businesses employ 30 to 50 people, and virtually all of them would benefit from greater access to affordable housing choices. Increased construction would likely benefit the businesses related to the sale of building materials, and increased density would definitely increase the customer base for the hospitality-oriented businesses. And I, as a property owner, would experience an increase in personal wealth due to the inflated land values, an inevitable result of this sort of upzoning. And yet, for all of that, I strongly oppose the rezoning. And this is not simple NIMBYism at play. I love the already high density of my neighborhood. It's what I moved into 20 years ago. And I also have a track record of voting for increased density and affordability. I voted in favor of the Viridian project at 14th and the project at 2658 Birch. But that is when I believed our planning department was capable and willing to steer development in our city towards the benefit of our communities in a comprehensive way. I will not make that mistake again. Back then, we were told in no uncertain terms the city would not be hearing the sorts of rezoning applications prior to the completion of the Broadway plan. And yet, here we are. We are supposedly hearing this application because this is an exceptional circumstance. But to be clear, it is a circumstance the planning department has created and one that was entirely predictable. This is the norm, not the exception. And I imagine council is equally frustrated by the sudden need to rush critical historical decisions, particularly when the engagement process that got us here is an absolute mess. And the information provided to us, all of us, is fraught with inconsistencies and half-truths. I don't mean this to sound threatening, but all of that will come out in court because any approval of this project will be challenged in a court of law for lack of due process and lack of meaningful public engagement. It seems to be the only recourse we have in this sort of environment. Now, with that on the table, I just want to use the few remaining minutes to clarify 2 key points that have been obscured by the overwhelming number of contradictory plans, proposals, and purposely confusing rhetoric of the planning department. The first is that people don't want 39 stories. And the second is that 39 stories is not necessary. And I know we've all heard the obvious rebuttals to these 2 points, but the reality is not as complicated as we are led to believe. So to the first one, people don't want 39 stories. We know that people don't want this type of development. Now, if the question is, do you want affordable housing or do you want density around transit stations, people will say yes. But when you dig a little deeper, you actually get the useful information. And a 39-story tower is not what people want if given an alternative. So to quote the Vancouver plan, or the proposed Vancouver plan, a majority of respondents indicated a preference for density to be spread out with more 6 to 12-story buildings distributed throughout rapid transit areas versus concentrations of over 12 stories closer to transit stations. This is what people want. This is not what this tower is giving. And why? Because the costs of this sort of development are way too high. And by costs, I mean reduced views, increased shadows, increased wind effects, which nobody seems to talk about, which is quite confusing, but increased isolation, decreased sustainability, reduced community interaction. And the obvious question is, where are the alternatives? And that goes back to what really is an epic fail of the planning department. I mean, anyway, let's move on to the second point. There is no need for 39 stories. Everyone agrees population growth is inevitable, but the City of Vancouver has said it themselves, and it took me a long time to find this quote, but existing zoning has sufficient capacity for the estimated growth. And that's from the Metropolitan Core Jobs and Economy Land Use Plan. And on top of that existing capacity, spot rezonings, both those that are tabled and approved, plus projects such as Jericho Lands, not to mention the direction of the proposed Broadway plan, will add significantly more capacity than we've been told is needed by Metro 2050 or the Vancouver plan. Now, additional height above 5 stories absolutely makes some sense, but 39 stories is beyond excessive, and it is irrefutable that it is not needed from a capacity perspective. Now, from another angle, if this was a magic bullet that would solve the affordable housing issue, I would say go ahead, build it 100 stories high, but it's not. This tower would create more problems than it solves, and that is the insanity of this. And sometimes I guess I just need to say, people have been saying it very eloquently over the past few sessions and everything else, but what is being proposed to accommodate the people moving to our city actually diminishes the things they're moving here for.
We're quite a lot over time. I do have questions, though, for you from Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. Would you please reset my timer, Mayor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. Appreciated your remarks. We do have to make a decision on this particular rezoning today. I appreciate the larger context. We heard some of the other speakers that have been calling in support say that they're shocked. I've heard this from several speakers that they're shocked that we are even questioning whether this is the right thing to do. Where do you think that's coming from? Is it shocking?
Yeah, I mean, it's laughable in some respects. It's nonsense. We've been told, yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm begging you to please start listening to what people are saying, and just this is, I don't know. It's an embarrassment, really.
Okay, so at the heart of this, so you're saying don't go for the 39 stories, stay more in line with the original 5 stories. And I think what I'm hearing is that this is really being, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but pushed through in connection with this notion that we need to be promoting growth in excess of pace of changes described in the regional context statement of the Metro Van regional growth strategy, which is, I think, what you were referring to. Why do you think that we're promoting growth rather than managing growth, if that is indeed your point?
Well, I'm not actually sure that is my point, but one of the things that's been very difficult. I mean, I'll go back to the process aspect of this because I think this is where it all falls apart. But I mean, Metro 2050 has it broken down into regional zones, one of which is the Broadway Peninsula. And it's suggesting that over the next 30 years, there'll be, 324,000 people on the Broad Peninsula. Now, that's made up of New West, UBC, Vancouver, Burnaby. And Burnaby. And so that's 324 for all those areas. The Vancouver plan is now telling us that it's 260,000 in Vancouver. Now we know that Burnaby alone is 100,000 of that 300, or actually more than 100,000 of that 324,000. So right off the bat, like none of this makes sense. None of it makes sense. So you need to go back and figure this out, and at least have everyone talking on the same page. And rushing this through at such a dear cost to the neighborhood, and I just. I've been having these conversations with staffers or trying to get answers for almost a year now, and it's literally impossible. And it requires. Oh, sorry, I'm going off track, and that's what I was worried about. So your answer was your question was what?
No, I was just, again, I was quite interested in the logic of your argument, and you're on the one hand shocked at what you consider to be poor decision making and planning, and on the other hand, we're hearing from people in support that they think it's shocking that we're even questioning the merits of this proposal. So I'm trying to reconcile the two,
well,
and
because on so many fronts, but it's the outright lying. Like, okay, we're not going to look at any proposals prior to the Broadway plan being completed. Oh no, wait a minute, we will. Or there's really deceptive language being used in surveys and poor survey design, and I think we need comprehensive planning, and this wild spot rezoning is never going to build a good city. But I also think we're really jeopardizing. Vancouver's never been a great city. It just happens to be in a great location. And this lack of comprehensive planning is jeopardizing all our natural advantages. So I just feel that the city, I mean, as I said in the beginning, like I would benefit from more people, more density, affordable housing, all of it. I think it's great. I want more of it. This is just, I mean, I will go back to the planning department because I feel like there's a politeness, or I don't know how to describe it, but let's call people out and let's make people accountable for not producing things in a timely fashion, for not following through on their word. Some of the responses I've gotten back.
We're at the 5 minutes, but you do have questions for Councilor Carr.
Thanks so much. I do have to say that we've never been a great city. I was born in the city. I do believe that we are a great city. So, but that's not my question. You talked about existing capacity for growth, and in terms of what we have, but at 4 to 6 stories, the current zoning along a lot of arterials and even lower. Behind arterials, especially in the single-family zones neighborhoods, can we achieve affordability?
Yeah. I think, again, everyone needs to start at the beginning. And by everyone, I mean regional, municipal, planning department, council. But, if you dig into and this is the problem, this cart before the horse idea, is we're talking about stuff that inevitably requires us to dig into the Broadway plan. And yet here we are trying to make a decision in advance of that, even though we were told we would never have to. And, when I've asked, my questions directed to 1477 were, well, okay, let's get some existing capacity numbers. And the response was, well, that doesn't matter. This is a spot rezoning. Well, no, it absolutely matters. This sets a precedent. And to tag it along on the implied completion of the Broadway plan is also really dangerous because it suggests a predictable outcome, which obviously then opens up a whole new can of worms. But the Broadway plan, they say it's there to accommodate 78,000 people. Well, a little bit of digging shows you that what is being proposed can accommodate up to 257,000 people. Now, 50% of that capacity is in the center areas, so essentially along Broadway and corners like this that we're discussing tonight. Well, there's so much overcapacity built into that plan that if you even just reduce the capacity of the centers by 50%, you would still have more than enough estimated capacity to handle growth and then some. And you would now, instead of being looking at the suggested 20 to 40-story towers, you would be looking at 10 to 20. Now, this starts to tie in really nicely to a grand boulevard, to increase sunlight. So, you know, and then if that was in advance of this proposal, we would now have the parameters to say, oh, okay, so now we're looking at 10 to 20 stories. Let's examine, well, this is right above transit, so maybe it maxes out at 20. Great, okay, everything fits together. But, I mean, we've got Jericho, Oak Ridge, Pearson Dogwood, it is an absolute mess. And so for that reason alone, it's time to put the brakes on before we forever alter the things that we value so dearly. I'm
running out of a bit of time. So at first you were saying at 4 to 6 stories we could achieve affordability, which I've questioned. Then you said 10 to 20 stories we could achieve affordability. Could you perhaps clarify?
4 to 6 stories?
Well, you said that the current growth, you intimated that the current growth, the current zoning at 4 to 6 stories, we could still get affordability. So I'm just wondering where you think we can get affordability at either 4 to 6 stories or even at 10 to, I mean, at some locations, 10 to 20 stories. I'm wondering what your arguments are versus in terms of height versus affordability.
Well, it's okay. Look, it's never that simple. And I'm doing this on the side of my desk. I mean, that's why we have a planning department. But if you want a question about affordability, you would have to look at the last 2 decades of building the wrong stuff and selling it to the wrong buyer, the investment buyer, the multiple, I mean, the Cambridge model being a perfect example of what this sort of upzoning does and how it, look, this is way beyond a 5-minute question. And my response to that is, in terms of capacity, there is more than enough. The city itself has said it, and on top of that, has added,
Thank you very much. That's 5 minutes. For your question, Councillor Carr, I don't see any other questions for you, Speaker. Thank you so much for calling in this evening. Going to move to Speaker. Thank you, Speaker 76, Jane Cobb.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm going to put you on speaker. You can tell me if you lose the sound. Is that all right?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, good. I'd like to thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak about the proposed tower at 1477 West Broadway. I'm speaking in opposition to this particular structure. I am in favor of a more beautiful green building of different proportions. And during a time of climate crisis, I shouldn't think that this green element needed to be said, but apparently it does. And one that showed more respect for the character of the community and the people who live here. I would like to see a low-rise building, a building that was beautiful to look at, one that didn't obstruct my view of the magnificent mountains and sky on the North Shore, one that creates affordable apartments below market value that are big enough for families to live in and incorporate green space where children and families can play, one that is more integrated into the community, bearing in mind that our services infrastructures are already under strain from the growing population. We have 2 overburdened health clinics here in South Granville, 2 small well-used parks, no schools, 1 tiny playground near Burrard and 15th, no swimming pool, no community center, and the oxygen-producing trees we need in order to breathe are coming down along Granville Street at an alarming rate. I have lived in South Granville as both a renter and an owner for 40 years. I live here because it's a walkable community. Before that, I lived here in the 80s when I was a graduate student at UBC. That was a time when we had a truly vibrant community here. Saz's Deli was a place to meet friends on Saturdays. There was the Old Aristocrat for an affordable breakfast, the Normandy where all the old folks met for lunch on weekdays, and there was a ribbon of no less than 3 corner stores between Broadway and 16th that stayed open till 10. And there was a real grocery store where Meinhardt's now stands. I won't venture to describe the deficits I see now. The number of homeless people on the streets, the shocking discovery of a senior recently begging for food outside Meinhardt's, the expression of angry, broken storefront windows that occur on a regular basis. We have urgent social problems in this city, none of which will be improved by the imposition of this tower. And then there is the fact that the building is planned in excess of the present pace of change predicted for the city. We want human scale buildings, low rises, in keeping with the community. I would like to see more space for trees along our pollution alleys. I want to see trees, space for children to play. When we want the beauty of Barcelona and Paris. We have a beautiful city here. Let's accentuate its beauty and not impose anonymous towers that pay tribute to developers and alienate the community and destroy what we love about this place. In closing, I would like to say that I think the city can do much better at fostering citizen engagement on this topic. As each community along the Broadway corridor is different and unique, each community needs to be engaged in a meaningful discussion about change in their home communities. When I worked for Vancouver Public Library back in the 2000s, early 2000s, we developed a model of outreach to find out what communities wanted in the way of service. And I was one of the first 2 lucky outreach librarians appointed at that time to consult with the communities. Our first step was to set up small gatherings for discussion in local communities and listen to what the residents had to say. We're missing that critical first step here. I hope the Council will reject this rezoning application and say no to this proposal and go back to the drawing board in favor of low rises and what people in this community really want to see their community grow and remain and become more vibrant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see, oh, Councillor Hardwick's there. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Were you involved in any public consultation in regard to this application?
No.
But you have been
Not
on
at all.
previous.
No, this is really the first time I've taken part. I was a bit involved at the beginning of the Broadway plan, but I was shocked to find out about this proposal just a brief time ago, just last week. So I've been listening into the council discussions to find out what's been going on and really appreciate all of the speakers who've come before me to talk about shade and the lack of space for children and affordability and all that.
I really wanted to touch on the public consultation component of it. One of my concerns has been that over the last 2 years of the pandemic that our public consultation processes have suffered.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned an experience that you'd had with in-person consultation. So that was really what I was trying to understand.
Yes. No, not recently. Before the pandemic, I attended one of the Broadway plan meetings that was not in my neighborhood. It was more the grand overview. But I tried to participate at that time. Nothing since then.
So do you think that the pandemic has?
Yeah.
Sorry?
But I'm particularly alarmed by the height of this tower and what I think it will do to the livability of this community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate.
Thank you for calling in. That's it for questions from you. Thanks for you. And I'm going to move to speaker number 77, William Dawson.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council, and everyone listening, and thank you for your time. My name is William Dawson, and I'm calling in to support the rezoning at 1477 West Broadway. I am a 21-year-old current student at UBC currently living in Vancouver near the UBC campus. I have been lucky enough to live here in this wonderful city during my time at the university, but I worry that may not be possible after graduation, a worry that is shared by many of my friends and my peers. The problem is simple, and that is the lack of affordable housing in proximity to the university, as well as employment centers downtown and in the west side. This proposed new development is a small step towards relieving the crisis. As long as demand for housing in this area outpaces supply, prices will rise. As Vancouver in general and the west side in particular continues to be an attractive place for people to move to, as it should be, buyers with the means to do so will always be able to outbid those who are less well off, putting pressure on the limited supply in the city and driving up prices. The only solution is to increase the supply in these desirable areas, taking the pressure off elsewhere, and providing more opportunity for people to move into these productive areas instead of making long, tiring commutes across the metro area, especially to UBC, which being isolated from the transit network as it currently is, can take a very long time to get to. I have friends who regularly commute for an hour or two from places like Richmond or Surrey because they cannot afford housing closer in. This project provides an opportunity for those to not be stuck in the same predicament. Furthermore, this project will be on top of the long overdue Broadway subway extension, which will improve the quality of life in the area by taking dangerous, polluting cars off the road, both in the immediate vicinity as residents and commuters who would otherwise drive, make use of the adjacent new South Granville Station and the bus network with quick and easy access to destinations downtown, south via the Canada Line, and eventually all the way to UBC. I understand concerns about parking and congestion, but I personally find such concerns to be unfounded, as by far the cheapest and most time-efficient option in such a dense area would be to take the train. If anything, we need less parking, not more, as it will unnecessarily increase construction and maintenance costs and thus price for the tenants, but I digress. I love Vancouver. I only arrived here 4 years ago, but it's quickly become my home, and I want others in my station to have the same privilege I do. The issue is simple. We need more housing along this transit line. If we want this place to be a great city, we need to be able to accommodate those who believe as such. We need more people to be able to live in this beautiful neighborhood with its view of downtown and the North Shore and its cherry trees. We can be hand-wringing about aesthetics all we want, but there's simply no way around this. This development is not a silver bullet, as you will need many more like it. Above every low-rise in a neighborhood this desirable are countless units that could be housing people and families that are vacant because they do not exist. Who are we to deny this opportunity? Great cities around the world, from Paris to Tokyo to Taipei, understand this. Do we? Thank you.
Thank you for calling in tonight. I don't see any other questions for you, so I'm going to go to speaker number 78, who's Susan Thong.
Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and members of City Council. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My presentation tonight is in opposition to the CD1 rezoning of 1477 West Broadway. Like many of my friends and neighbors in the Fairview area, the sentiment is, well, why bother making a presentation? Will my voice be heard? Will what I say count? Is the fate of 1477 a fait accompli? I'm articulating this, but I'm sure many others are also thinking this. And it's sad because we are a democracy, yet many of us feel that it seems like the average citizen versus the big government. How can one possibly win? A case in point, just today, both Housing Minister David Eby and MLA George Heyman wrote to Mayor and Council in support of this project under their official letterhead. Is that appropriate? That's a lot of pressure coming from Victoria. But still, I'm here tonight to make 4 points. 1, lack of transparency. City staff went to great lengths to not disclose to Council the height of 1477 as a 39-story building until the last minute. And the rationale for this increased height was even more appalling, that it aligned with the height of the high-rises proposed in the Broadway plan. Well, as we've heard over and over again over the last 3 evenings, the Broadway plan has not yet been approved. So pushing ahead with 1477 West Broadway is essentially preempting the Broadway plan and will have dire consequences. If approved, it will likely set precedent under the Broadway plan for other buildings of that height along the Broadway corridor. We don't want concrete canyons. Number 2, affordability. We all want affordability, more housing supply, more rentals. But building a 39-story tower is not the solution. Again, we've heard from some excellent speakers on this issue over the 3 evenings. Most of the units in this building will likely be luxury condos, appealing to not just foreign investors, but local investors. I saw on page 12 of your city's referral report on 1477 West Broadway that the units proposed are very small and expensive. So honestly, I've heard a number of university students call in, and I honestly don't know how they can afford it. And to the point of the first speaker tonight, who went through the support letters as to where writers lived, it points out that it's easy for those who don't live in the neighborhood to say, hey, we want more affordable housing, more rentals, because the height of a 39-story building doesn't directly affect them. Many speakers who spoke against the rezoning of 1477 talked in detail about the negative impact of this rezoning to our community, our neighborhood, and its livability. Number 3, lack of public amenities. There's already been a lot of discussion about the lack of budget or proposal for additional amenities such as school, community center, parks, and other infrastructure. So again, I won't belabor the point, but it was disturbing to hear that in an already amenity deficit community that the closest school is about 1.3 kilometers away. One of my neighbors had no choice but to put her 2 children in a private school as the nearby school in Fairview was over capacity. And this brings me to my next point. Broadway and Granville is one of the busiest intersections in Vancouver, so it does not make sense to have family-oriented housing in a densely populated high-rise as proposed. Number 4, to my last point, as a taxpayer, I'm very concerned that the developer, PCI, has applied for a development cost levy waiver, saving them $3.3 million, and will not have to make any financial community amenity contributions, funds that would be used to pay for parks, childcare facilities, and other infrastructure. In the end, taxpayers like me in Vancouver will have to make up the difference. So, Mayor and Council members, as a resident of Fairview, I know my viewpoints are shared by many other Vancouverites who also care about the future of this beautiful, world-class city. And I do think it's your duty to take our concerns seriously and reject the rezoning of 1477 West Broadway as a 39-story building. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Councillor Hardwick has questions. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for your 4 points, which I've noted. Have you been involved in any public consultation, open houses, online, offline, in connection with this application?
No, in terms of this application, this is my first experience. I did write, but no, this is my first time. But I do want to mention, in terms of open houses, I did attend and I know we're not here to talk about Broadway plan, but I think this point is worth talking about. So I found out about the Broadway plan 3 days before the open house at City Lab at Broadway and Cambie. The day before, I went by City Lab. There was not even signage, anything on the window saying that there would be an open house the next day. I was really shocked at the lack of transparency and communications about the whole Broadway plan. So I'm not sure about 1477, but that was my experience.
Well, there used to be open houses and connections with rezonings, but a lot of the public process has become abbreviated during the pandemic for obvious reasons. But when you talk about transparency, which was your first point, that a lot of that seems to have revolved around the public process, if I've got that accurately.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think public process is really important. It's, for a lot of people, they don't know until like last minute, or if at all, that there's a rezoning happening on 1477. And in terms of the Broadway plan, a lot of people I've spoken to don't even know about it.
You talked also about affordability, and this has been a common theme among other speakers. And yet we heard from one of our most recent speakers that this is a simple question of creating affordability through a development like this. Do you think this is a simple problem that we're trying to solve here?
Oh, far from being a simple issue. There's already a lot of affordable housing, existing affordable housing stock, 12th Avenue and south of it, between Oak and Granville. And having a high-density tower like 1477, when in fact will erode some of these affordable housing stock, because property taxes will go up, and developers, owners will sell to developers and renters will get displaced. So I think there is already a lot of affordable housing stock in that area. I understand there's a need to build more in terms of density, but I just don't think 39-story building is a solution.
What about the argument that, this is a subway stop and we should be centering density around subway stops as opposed to more distributed forms of density?
Well, I don't have the exact numbers, but I did read a report that says, there is somewhat sufficient density to support the Broadway extension. But I think the need for housing, yes, you can have a building at this Broadway station, but it doesn't have to be 39 stories. I think many of the speakers have spoke to the detrimental impact of a high rise of that height, and also the fact that, it would basically preempt the Broadway plan by approving a high rise of this height before the Broadway plan is approved. We don't want concrete canyons.
So if this was coming in after the Broadway plan has been approved, would that change or affect your view on this?
No, obviously not. You've heard all these excellent speakers over the last 3 evenings talk about the impact, whether it's, erosion of housing around the area, to sustainability, to the fact that a building that height will actually attract more investors versus providing affordable housing units. There are so many things, I can go on and on that you've already heard. So I don't think a 39-story building is a solution anywhere around the Broadway corridor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. I am going to call, we're getting near the end of the list, and just want, if anybody wants to call in and speak to this item, the number is 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445#. That's 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445#. I'm going to move to speaker number 79 on the list, Ian Crook.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Thanks. We have number 80 listed, the last speaker, registered speaker on the list, 80. Maya. Is Maya on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. I'd like to speak as someone who's lived really recently in Fairview. I've lived in 2 apartments in the last 4 years in the Fairview area. I've since moved a little bit west, but I guess I'm calling as someone who's part of that middle income young professionals who can currently afford Fairview and would like to see greater affordable housing in that area, but is kind of worried about whether all considerations are being factored in the approval or consideration of this proposal. So I guess firstly, what I do like about the plan is that all the units are supposed to be dedicated rentals. I think that's important. In the past, we've approved a lot of just supply increase in downtown and West End that haven't been dedicated rentals, and we've seen that it hasn't actually affected housing stock because they're not being used in the way that they were intended. But I guess what I wanted to consider is, to what extent would this actually improve the availability of affordable rentals in that area? So I was trying to read through the reports, and I'm not sure if I've read everything about it, but from what I understand, 20% of the units are going to be at a dedicated below market rate. And I was looking at how they define below market in the proposal, and it was based off of, I think it was like the average of rents for units built in the western part of Vancouver after 2011. And for like a one bedroom, it was something close to like $2,000. And what I guess I'm not sure whether someone else has brought this up, is that a lot of the affordable rental housing stock is much older than 2011. Like my last two apartments, which I rented in the last 4 years, one of them was $1,600, like top floor of the building. Another one was like 1.5 bedrooms for under $1,400, which you can't find, but it's only in these older houses that are like from the 1960s, 1970s, like my parents' age, getting closer to my grandparents' age when they go a little bit older. And they're like, yeah, they're kind of shitty in some ways because like you don't have your own dishwasher or washer dryer or whatever. But you know, they got a lot of space, and they're dignified housing, and you can afford it. Like if you're a middle income earner, you can afford it. So the actual market rental rate in Fairview right now, especially around BGH, is nowhere close to 2,000. If you look at the rentals there, you can easily get something for 1,700. So when they're determining the below market rate, it might actually be higher than what is available. And then so I guess what I'd like to see would be if those dedicated below market rate rentals could be fixed at like a more reasonable rate. So looking at, you know, what is the average income in that area, and what would be, I guess, the standard they usually use is below 30% of your income. Like if they could price it at that, I think that would make more sense, and especially if they could increase the proportion that is affordable rentals. And the other thing I want to consider is the quality of the rentals is really important too, right? Like we do know that high rises do have certain concerns in the sense that they are heat traps. So we had a heat dome that killed 500 people last year. And a lot of the new builds that I've seen, and like my friends' houses, they're like absolutely the worst thing in the summer because you have these tiny little windows that open like 6 inches. There's no cross flow because the windows are all on the same side. And when you have a high rise, like you may only have 2 very small walls. And so it's like, are the building quality standards being built to incorporate livability? So in terms of sound transfer and sound isolation, like I know that there's other cities in the States that have minimum standards for sound isolation for high rises. Do we have that built in here? Same thing for heat trapping, like are there heat pumps being built? Are these being built with central air? Those sorts of things. And then also the size, right? Like if the below market rentals are characteristically different than the market rentals, is it going to be like a one bedroom that's 300 square feet? Like there are shoe boxes in Cole Harbour my friends are paying more than $2,000 for, and they're smaller than my old 1960s building house because of just like the location. And so it's like, you know, $1,800 for a 300 square foot apartment is not actually really affordable. Like you're not really living there, and especially if it's like a heat trap, like that's I guess something that I'm not sure we factored in, and I don't know if it's possible for the developer as part of their application to kind of clarify those quality of housing standards. And yeah, so that's I guess kind of a more general question on like how does City Hall consider these development things? Is it just the number or square footage or quality or livability being factored in? And then I guess displacement of affordability in the general area as well. So someone else also mentioned that the developer is applying for a levy waiver. I'm not quite sure that makes sense as well. Like this is something they're really going to profit from, and that will essentially be subsidizing that levy waiver. So if it is approved, I would recommend at least not approving that waiver itself. So yeah, so I guess in summary, I think it's great to have dedicated rentals, but I think you need to look at the quality of the housing and the actual reference range of affordability that is in that area right now, because the numbers that they were giving as someone who's lived in Fairview and who's rented in Fairview recently, those are not actually reflective of what is around there. So like if this is going to be adding more like $2,500 units to that area, that might actually raise the average rents that are being charged there, because like the old buildings are like, well, we can get rid of this and then try to raise that same amount. So I guess generally for this application and other applications you're considering, really please consider the middle income earners who like are.
Thank you so much. You are over time, but you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. At the end of the day, do you support or oppose this application?
Unless I have more information about the quality and actual affordability of the units, at the moment opposed, but I would support it if they incorporated these things in more.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's it for questions for you. And Council, we're at the end of our recorded, our registered speakers. So I'm just going to take 10 minutes and let the clerks reset. And then we're going to go back. We're going to call 3 times for additional speakers. So let's come back at 8:10. See you at 8:10. 61445 pound. And I'm just going to check clerks. Are we all good to go?
Mr. We have a number of speakers waiting. We're just going to get the list to you shortly.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Point of procedure, Mayor.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Councilor DeGenova.
Is it possible to know how many speakers we currently have on the line?
I think we might have 16.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Stewart, correction on that. We have about 31 speakers.
31. Okay.
And we're ready for Mr. Ian Cook.
Okay, thanks so much. It is 8:15, Council. We have an hour and 45 minutes, just to remind you. And we're going to go ahead with the first speaker on the first call, Ian Crook, I think. Please go ahead.
To you in my letter of April 12th. I asked
Oh, sorry, we missed the first part. If you could start over again, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Ian Crook, and in addition to the points I outlined to you in my letter of April 12th, I ask that you vote against this rezoning for the following reasons. First, I'm concerned that the public and members of this council do not recognize that gentrification is already happening in Fairview South Granville today. This afternoon, I sent you all an email with the details of a real estate listing for a number of smaller apartment buildings for sale in the neighborhood. This was referenced by a previous speaker. The important thing to note in this listing is that the broker highlights the fact that 23% of the units are being deliberately held vacant to enable the buyer to immediately reposition the property to achieve higher rents, with the expectation the buyer will obviously be prepared to pay more for the properties. What's worse, this means that 13 homes are now being held off the market at a time of scarcity. I assure you this is not an isolated situation in Fairview. The other comment I wish to make about this rezoning application relates to the letters received in support of this application from Ministers Eby and Heeman. I have no problem if Citizen Eby and Citizen Heeman want to write a letter in support of a project. Where I draw the line is when the minister responsible for housing sends a letter endorsing a housing project when he may in fact be called on to intervene in that project should the rezoning he endorsed not be approved by council. It's not clear why Minister Eby's letter, sent by email on April 13th, was not included in the original summary of support correspondence until yesterday afternoon, and we do not know what reviews were done by the minister before sending this letter on his letterhead. It is difficult to view this letter as being anything other than both coercive and a message to other municipalities. Why is it coercive? Because the minister has previously suggested the province will insert itself into local planning decisions in matters relating to housing. One is left with the clear message that the minister has already prejudged the outcome of anything other than an approval of the 1477 West Broadway rezoning application should it be escalated to him for review. Frankly, the minister really wishes this council would vote for this rezoning. Why? Because if you do so, you will make life so much easier for him. He will not have to inject himself into the decision process and impose a rezoning. He will claim Vancouver made this decision all by itself. However, the problem he has now created for members of this council is how Vancouver voters will assess your vote on this rezoning. Did you allow yourself to be influenced by the minister's strong endorsement and implied threats, or did you vote on the merits? I candidly don't envy your position on this one, but frankly, if the minister wants to play the game this way, I would make it his problem. Please vote against this application. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Doesn't look like, sorry, I'm just pulling up my queue here. There we go. Oh, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ian, I take your point about the minister, but putting that aside for the moment, I'm thinking about your earlier comment about gentrification has already begun, and that this is leading to, of course, land inflation. Do you see a relationship between rezoning and land inflation and affordability?
Yeah, it's hard not to see it because, quite frankly, if you look at the turnover of properties and the way that commercial property brokers are positioning some of the properties that are for sale, they're obviously positioning them for redevelopment opportunities. And one of the things you do see in the Fairview area is, for example, there are other buildings in the Fairview area where if you walk by them and look, you can see they're empty suites. And one of them actually has a for sale sign on it. I'm also aware that, for example, real estate brokers, real estate firms have approached strata councils of older low-rise stratas with proposals to sell buildings to developers. So, all of this is creating pressure and pressure on land value.
So if the rezoning is inflating the land values and creating this problem, to account a question that Councillor Carr asked earlier, how could we make affordable housing under these conditions?
Well, I think part of the challenge you face, and it's 5 minutes is not enough time, you might have to consider rental-only zoning because that takes out some of the profit incentive for buying for condo redevelopment.
Okay, I know that you've analyzed pro formas before. There's a number of different levers that the city has effect over that could impact cost of production and ultimately affordability, no?
Yeah, but this would clearly be one of the most straightforward ones because developers, when they go to build a condo, have to put less money up than they do for an apartment building. So they're naturally inclined, because they make a better return on their investment, to build a condo as opposed to an affordable apartment building. It's just the economics work that way. The return on an apartment building is realized over 10 years. A condo is done and dusted when it's built and sold out to the buyers.
Right. So again, but we've got this subway going in on Broadway, and we refer often to transit center development. To me, it seems more about development centered transit. Is not the whole impetus of this to be building high rises such as this one?
Well, there's a question about, and I've not seen the study, but there's a question about exactly how much density is required to make underground transit economically viable. And I think part of the problem is that if you look at it, Fairview is actually reasonably dense in the pantheon or in the order of Vancouver neighborhoods. So to turn around and say that Fairview should just get all the new buildings or the highest buildings, it's not the most logical solution in my mind.
Well, there are other issues, of course, in terms of the economy. What would be justifying this order of magnitude, which is in excess of pace of change, as I'm sure you're aware?
Yes.
Then what makes sense? Why would EB, going back to your original point, why would he be pushing this in the way that he has clearly?
Well, this is an easy, it's an easy solution. If you can browbeat a municipality into constructing something, that's then it's easy, right? It's the easier way out than having the tough discussion about, well, maybe we have to do something that will make developers unhappy and impose rental-only zoning. I'm sorry.
What's the motivation?
Well, you'd have to ask him that. I'm afraid I can't read his mind.
No, I'm looking at the larger economics of this, and as someone with your background, I'm familiar with, you understand some of the macroeconomic actions at play here. Anyhow, right. I don't want to take up, I see that Councillor Swanson's on behind me, but I very much appreciated your input, and thank you.
Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, Ian. You're a banker, right?
Yes, I was.
Did I get that right? So,
yes.
And you've looked at pro formas and you know what their ingredients are and things like that?
Yes.
So, do you think 20% affordability is enough for the city to require when there's DCL waivers, CAC waivers, extra floors, and probably federal or provincial financing at a cheaper rate than a bank?
That's a bit of a tricky question. I would say that it's actually quite generous, and you can't tell from the Coriolis studies that the city has solicited exactly how their economics are working. But I provided council with an analysis last summer that suggested that actually, and I have to caveat it, in that interest rate environment of last summer, you could have taken a 16-floor building and made 20% of the units affordable on the city's definition of affordable, and the return on investment over 11 years would have dropped, or over 10 years would have dropped from 11% to 8%. And many people would say that's a fair return. So, is there room to push on that? I would say yes, but that analysis is also impacted by rising interest rates, and I've not rerun those numbers on that basis.
I think you also talked about how apartments collect revenue over a number of years, whereas condos, the developer gets the dough and that's it, they're sold. So for how many years if you're doing an apartment pro forma, for how many years do you count the revenue? Like, do you count it after the mortgage is paid off? Do you count it for the life of the building?
Well, typically when banks do it, and most, it depends, but banks would look at a return over 10 years. Mm-hmm. But it really depends on who owns the building. For example, life insurance companies, there was a story, and the mayor was at the open house for Great West Life on Robson Street. Great West Life is what somebody I would call a long-term investor. And I'm pretty sure if you looked at their pro forma in the early years, they're not making great returns. But if you look out, because they're probably going to hold that building for 40 years. In 40 years, that building will look like a home run.
And is that true of most apartment buildings? Because the mortgage gets paid off and all the rent money basically just goes to operating and maintenance, and that's only about a third of the revenue from what I've seen on real estate websites.
I'm going to be careful with that reply. It's certainly part of it. The mortgage is part of it, but if it was a private investor, not a life company, they might well keep increasing the mortgage over time because they want to take more money out to improve their return, and it gives them a tax shelter from income tax. So it's a little more nuanced than just they make. What they're really doing is they're picking up on the ability to increase rents at a rate in excess of the rate of increase in their operating costs.
Okay, it's really complex, eh? Thank you.
Sorry.
So much. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in tonight. Clerks, we'll go to the next speaker. I think we're at 39 speakers left, Council, so I doubt we'll be through this tonight at this rate, so we'll have to schedule another night, I'm sure. Maybe the clerks can work on that.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 3818, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello?
Hello, thank you.
Can you let us know your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please?
My name is Darlene Cripps and I reside in Vancouver.
Thanks very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening and thank you, Mayor Stewart and Council. I am a resident of Vancouver. I reside 5 blocks from the site in question, and I've lived in this neighborhood for over 26 years. With respect, I oppose. With the installation of the subway station at Broadway and Granville, this becomes a rapid transit area, and building heights are already set for such a catchment. And to the best of my knowledge, this development as proposed is not in accord with those parameters. In my personal view, nothing about this development proposed flags it as landmark or cornerstone. It is another bland downtown high-rise, this time located potentially in a neighborhood currently without downtown density. Broadway plan is not yet approved and in force. Use of references to this plan to justify or validate this redevelopment cannot be valid yet because the plan is not yet approved and in force. I learned during the public hearing directly from the developer in response to questions from council that the push to get approval is pressured by the SkyTrain development timelines. This pressure is subverting civic processes, in my perspective. This is not appropriate and undermines adherence to and trust in civic process. I also note that during the hearing, council shared that they have asked questions of staff and not received concrete answers, and that these answers were provided in presentations from speakers. Something is wrong in the process when council receives the information from speakers who provided the info unsolicited in their comments to council. This reveals a deficit in staff communications to council and further undermines trust in civic process. There are references in emails released via FOI of civic staff stating to the developer the staffer needs to be able to defend the sale as market value in reference to the city laneway east of the previous building on this specific site to make the deal, to have the city offer to accept lower remuneration for sale of the civic property to facilitate this redevelopment. This undermines trust in civic process because the goal should be for the city to maximize the funds received in the transaction, not aim for a lower amount in order to get the deal by council. Shadow studies were undertaken at a time of year that does not align with acquiring data as to shadowing impacts on parks and plazas and buildings during the shortest sunlight days of the year. I was horrified viewing the shadow information provided by a member of the public, and also to learn that the errors in information provided by staff to council, and also the developer to the city, as best as I understand, have not been corrected despite being identified to staff. This is another process problem, again undermining trust and confidence of citizens in civic process. Mayor and council are to receive information at public hearings in good faith and with an open mind. Mayor Stewart made a comment on the first night about mayor and council having to bear up with a public hearing with several speakers registered to not get too excited about an early night. The message from the mayor undermines this citizen's confidence in the civic process. Schools and parks are already too few in this neighborhood. The redevelopment proposal includes no library, community center, swimming pool, parks, or schools. The city needs CACs and DCLs to finance social housing, childcare facilities, and parks and the like. The influx of significant numbers of residents, if this development is approved, will require increases in all community amenities, and none are included in this proposal. It is counterintuitive for the city to willingly forego CICs or DCLs from the developer when these funds would actually be necessary to finance needed community amenities. It is also not logical from my perspective to approve a plan that brings no new community amenities to the site and the neighborhood, especially given the size of the development proposed and the number of homes proposed, and that its location includes what will be a key transit station, including subway. I object generally to treating development of the subway station at this site differently from those at other sites being constructed along the Broadway line to Arbutus. The rationale for this difference isn't valid in my view. Plenty of construction goes on at existing subway stations, and passenger access is managed and maintained all the same. The push of the SkyTrain timeline is corroding civic processes from my point of view. This is detrimental and not appropriate. Approval of this development would trigger changes in value to existing buildings, including housing stock in this neighborhood, in a way that will increase property taxes on these properties. This will increase rents, whether commercial or residential.
Thank you so much. That is the 5 minutes, so I appreciate you phoning in this evening. Thank you. And we're going to move to the next speaker. Clerks, who's next?
Speaker with telephone number ending in 9059, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Hello.
Can I have your name? Okay. Can I have your name, first, last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, thank you very much, Randy Helton, and yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I sent in to the portal 2 images that I hope that can be shown on the screen for the council.
Not sure
if
clerks,
they're there.
they
I can't
arranged
see.
clerks, were they sent in beforehand? Let's stop the timer
About
here.
an hour ago. Oh, sorry about that.
Just gonna, are they up now?
Mayor
It was by
Stewart, the
email.
information was circulated by email to council.
Okay.
Okay, not through the clerks. Okay. Speaker, can you just go ahead then, please?
Okay, thank you. So at least council can see. There's images which my colleague at City Hall Watch has produced showing the many towers that are proposed in the region around and including 1477 West Broadway. So I hope you can see them now. Many towers. So I'd like to urge council to reject this application. I think that the sequence is completely wrong. The director of planning responsible for this process should have never referred it to public hearing. I urge council to sincerely hear what the people of Vancouver say about the Broadway plan. You will be seeing before you in less than 1 month on May 18th. And then see how this site fits into that plan. Many of the speakers and the writers in the support of this specific application have probably not been told or have not realized the whole story. They're just focusing on this one building, but it should be seen in the context of the whole region and what it means. For a lot of people, rental building over transit seems like a no-brainer, but it requires a lot more consideration than just something as simple as that. They don't probably realize that what is being lined up here is the entire Broadway plan with this precedent being set before the Broadway plan is adopted. 500 city blocks reaching from Clark to Vine and from First Avenue to 16th. And the image which produced by City Hall Watch, Stephen Bohas, kind of shows what that would look like just in the area around 1477 West Broadway. They may not also be aware of the many irregularities in the process leading up to this public hearing, some of which appear to have questionable ethics and legality. I hope that the 11 members of council today will not fall into and be complicit in this game. As just one example, there was on City Hall Watch posted today was the partial release of information from a FOI regarding the sale of publicly owned land in the laneway. The city is delaying the release of the full information, so the public can't really say if a proper deal was done there. But we need council to please ensure that the sale of that lane followed due process. Secondly, had the value of the land properly assessed independently. And third, that the city obtained top dollar on behalf of the public. The real estate department knew that an application was coming for a 40-story tower here, and the value should reflect that knowledge. This is not a trivial matter, so I hope council will give it serious consideration. And just in conclusion,
I've lost you there.
People, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can. Yep.
You still hear me? Okay. This is a much bigger issue that people need to be conscious of. Of course, council knows about it, but also the public. I personally see this as an end game in the development industry and its friends who have excessive influence over council and the city processes. And there's competing interests of the developers versus friendly neighborhoods and affordability. A lot of people don't realize the sequence of events that are being put into place right now. For example, last night there was a public hearing for Metro Vancouver for Metro 2050, which goes for the next 28 years for 2.8 million people. It was a virtual media blackout. Only 7 people spoke. The room was nearly empty, and it was over in just over an hour. Tomorrow there's the TransLink Mayor's Council on Regional Transportation to talk about the city trying to promote, get endorsements.
I'm just going to. You may not have heard it earlier, but this public hearing is just on this one project. That's what we're legally required to do. So if you can contain your remarks to this one building, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay. I respectfully protest because this project is part of a much bigger game. But I will just conclude to say that Brian Palmquist has shown the math that the city has already approved enough housing for decades ahead of demand, and more is in the pipeline. There's something very wrong with this picture, and I hope that the city will take it seriously and change the tone. I would personally like to recommend that as soon as possible, city starts to look for a new director of planning through an open and competitive hiring process. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 5 minutes.
Well, that was pretty controversial. Thank you, Randy. We are, though, focused, as the mayor has suggested, on this particular application, given the larger context, which I acknowledge. This notion of transit-centered development and the notion that at this particular spot that this is desirable. As we've heard and other speakers say things like it's a no-brainer, that why are they're shocked that we're even talking about this. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think I included that in my my previous words, that they don't understand the context of this whole thing. If you just look at this one site and it's lined up the way the director of planning and the proponents of this project have done, it seems like a no-brainer. But in the context of the implications of this one decision that you're being asked to make, it is not a no-brainer. There are a lot of problems with this, as many speakers have pointed out.
So, in other words, a domino effect down Broadway.
Yes, and yeah, mark my words. So if council approves this, yeah.
Why do you think that the Minister of Housing weighed in on this? You've heard that, I'm sure, or you've probably seen it.
Yes, I heard that. Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate. Well, actually, I see that in the much bigger picture as well, as this is like the end game of a couple decades of hundreds or millions of dollars of donations, developers and unions into Vancouver City Hall politicians, and he is just kind of the end of this long process.
But there's that thread out there to take away the notion that this could be the last public hearing that we have, if the province then turns around and says, "Oh."
And we're just going to continue to this building, please.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting if it was?
Most people probably don't realize that once this building is approved, if it's approved, then the Broadway plan is approved, then it is very possible that with a few administrative steps, all public hearings in Vancouver would be eliminated, and you would have developer applications going straight to the city.
Yeah, I'm going to interject here. We're not about conspiracy theories. We are looking at this single project, and I would ask both the councillors and the speakers to contain their comments to this single project. Thank you.
Well, this single project may be the last public hearing. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick,
I encourage the public.
I'm enjoying this very much, but I am going to ask you to help this process along and keep people steered to the single project. Thank you. Okay, clerks, looking for the next speaker, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 4358. You are unmuted and can speak to council.
Oh, goody. I think that's me. I'm Janice.
Hi there. Could I have your first and last name, please, and whether or not you live in Vancouver?
Certainly. My name is Janice Hamilton. I live in Fairview.
Thanks very much. Please go ahead.
Clock is on. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'm Janice Hamilton. I've rented in the same apartment in Fairview for 22 years, and I oppose this rezoning. 3 blocks from me, there are 3 one-off swap rezonings preempting the Broadway plan. I'm not going to talk about the Broadway plan, don't worry. 2538 Birch was approved at 28 stories, 1395 West Broadway at 24 stories in application, and this one at 39. So you'll excuse me for any of us who feel like we've been blindsided by the appearance of the built form of Broadway has been predetermined. No surveys asked us about built form, and despite that, The refined directions document articulates a vision of a 30 to 40-story plural towers concentrated at South Granville Subway Station with no other option. So here we are considering a massive building 13 times at the maximum height, 4 times the density of current zoning for my neighborhood just a few weeks before the Broadway plan is considered by council. Not sure how that happens. The words used like urban placemaker and the tallest building and so on, for those reasons alone, it's obviously too influential to consider at this point. I really strongly reject this one-off planning, and the Broadway plan has to come first. Having said that, we've heard from many, many people their considered reasons for voting against this, professionals and experts in their fields and regular people like me. We feel blindsided. We've talked about lack of transparency. There was never going to be a 5-story building intended there. The tremendous environmental impact of this particular building during a serious climate crisis, adverse mental social effects on both families, adults, and children, and inadequate, unreported shadowing of parks, the falls, seawall, and much of the Fairview slopes in our darkest months. After that, you go on about the lack of amenities in a significantly increased density, adding significantly increased density to a park and school deficit area. To these factors, let me add one more. The negligible heart attack survival rate above 16 floors due to first responder times. That's kind of scary. Anyway, all in all, researchers tell us that massive high-rises are not the way to go in planning healthy, green cities. SkyTrain can't be the reason for this height. They report that high-rises are not needed to achieve transit-oriented goals. Fairview, at 59 units per hectare, already exceeds TransLeague's 50-unit threshold. Population growth projections can't be the reason for the height. They're aspirational only, and Vancouver has enough housing applications in the pipeline for decades. All this growth has not made Vancouver money. We seem to subsidize a lot, nor has it made it more affordable, so what gives? If this is the answer to housing, this building doesn't do it. Those who support this rezoning suggest that those of us who don't are somehow against housing. Incredibly, I've never heard anybody say that, ever. No, this is about the built form and its consequences that so many of us are objecting to. 1477 definitely will not improve affordability or make it worse. High-end high-rises increase the property taxes of our older rental buildings in the area, and the rents go up and the landlords sell or rezone and the renters are displaced. The older buildings are replaced by high concrete towers, and previous tenants can't afford to move back. And let's get serious. Seniors tend to be long past the time when they want to move twice in 3 years. 1477 is not an affordable building. It is planned as a luxury building to attract maximum rents at market rates for 70% of the tower. It also has to subsidize, somebody has to subsidize those below market rates, suites, and also all those amenities in this building. It's quite amazing, actually. It sounds like a gated resort for the privileged, and I wasn't sure how that was creating affordable living. As to the very few MERP units, you'll be trading off $3.3 million in the developer levies you've heard about endlessly from us. Well, who will pay for the library, schools, parks, and senior centers, and how does this create affordability? No, 1477 is not going to be affordable by many Vancouverites, and we will not thank you for passing the costs on to us. There are human consequences to this slow, steady drip of gentrification in my area. 2538 Burt started it, and now we have this 1477 being anticipated. As a longtime renter, in this neighborhood, I've become very conscious of the real possibility of displacement due to the gentrification aspects of these upzonings. There are nearly 6,000 seniors in my fairly affordable, livable area.
Speaker, you are at your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I just want to say thanks. I do have a question for you, though, myself.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, the points you're making are very similar to what we've heard from other speakers tonight. I'm just wondering, is that something that, that you've been provided a fact sheet or something like that?
No. No, I read the paper, I read the media, that sort of thing, and I live here. I talk to people, my neighbors. Gentrification is here, Mr. Mayor, and these high upzonings are not helping it.
Yeah, I was just wondering because the language is very similar, and I was just wondering if that was, but that's
I know,
good to know you come with that.
Felt like I will say to you honestly that I almost felt the same way. I felt like not speaking because I know I've listened in for all these nights as you have,
right.
And everybody's saying the same thing. So I'm sorry if it sounds scripted, but it's not.
Okay, so just wondering. Thanks so much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for asking.
Okay, Council, clerks, looking for the next speaker, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 4742, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Thank you. My name is Gordon McCauley. I am a homeowner in Vancouver, and I thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective on this proposal, which I enthusiastically encourage to vote in favor of. I've been a homeowner in Vancouver for 20 years. I have started 4 businesses in Vancouver located in Kitts, Yaletown, UBC, and downtown. Those businesses have employed about 250 people over that period of time. And I can tell you that housing and affordability is absolutely the key essential for us as we're trying to attract talent to our businesses, and it is exceedingly difficult to do in Vancouver. So if we're growing these Vancouver-based businesses in Vancouver, we need to find a way to attract those people. We obviously need the combination of housing and transit, and it seems to me that this proposal is exactly what would be necessary to start the process of really attracting those kinds of employees to Vancouver. The density at transit locations strikes me as being consistent with the best practices we see around the world. And from what I can see of this proposal, it strikes me as being an excellent balance between affordable housing and market-based housing, recognizing the needs of the various players in the process. I think it's a strong combination of mixed use, affordable, commercial housing, transit-focused density, and I think it's exactly what we need in Vancouver, and I respectfully encourage you to vote in favor of it.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you. And I'm going to ask the clerks to move to the next speaker.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 1282, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, just let us know your name, first and last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hi, my name is Jessica Ferguson, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I actually live very close to the project. I've been watching it happen basically right outside my window, and I'm calling tonight in favor of the project. So as I said, I live basically right across from it. I've been watching it grow, and I'm like really excited about this. So something that I've been thinking about a lot is, you know, it seems to align with other aspects of the Broadway plan, which I know is not something that we're focused on, but I think it's great to add additional density for transit, and I'm kind of thinking if we don't build it here, then where? So as a teacher, the moderate income housing component is really compelling to me, so I'd love to be able to live somewhere like that and sort of take a quick SkyTrain ride off somewhere and pick up groceries in my own building before heading home. I'm also someone who doesn't have a car. So the idea of living somewhere so close to this like major transit system is a great idea. And I think that might encourage other people to make that choice of not owning a car because of this sort of convenient location. I also saw in the plan about having a grocery store, which I think is like desperately needed in this area. I love the things that we have already, but I think that we can all agree that another community serving grocery store would be really great. So thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for listening to me tonight. And I'm excited to see where this goes, and hopefully it goes through.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes, please, for questions.
Yeah, just a very quick question, and thanks for speaking. You said you live very close by in the area, and you don't have to answer my question, but I'm wondering, do you rent in the close
I
by?
do.
You do?
Yes, and I've lived in the area for 5 years.
Okay, and some other speakers have expressed concern that it will place pressure on the existing lower rise rental. Do you have a different point of view that it's better to have the additional rental, or what's your thoughts on that?
I like the idea of having additional rental, and I just like the idea of like having more rental in the area and continuing to have that. I understand that there may be some pressure, and I also understand that some of these big changes can be frightening and the uncertainty can be scary, but I think it's something that is needed in our area.
Okay, and can I ask one other question? And again, you don't have to answer, but do you live in a newer or an older building? Because we had a speaker earlier that talked about the fact that these rents might be somewhat higher than the existing rental, but there's oftentimes a difference between the cost for a brand new building versus an existing one. Do you see
I
do you
understand
have any
that.
comments to offer from that point of view and your own
Yeah.
experience?
I do live in an older building. I'm happy in an older building, but I can also understand that there's a lot of benefits to a newer building. For me, I really think these things are about balance, and I think to live in a city like Vancouver, we are always balancing what we are willing to give and take.
Okay, thanks for adding your voice and speaking to council. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions for you. So clerks, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Clerks, just before we do that, council, I'll let you know that about 9:15, I'll give you another 5 or 10 minutes just to kind of stretch your legs. It's been a long day so far. Clerks, next speaker, please. Go ahead.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 5425, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes, but before you start, could you let us know your first and last name and whether or not you reside in the city?
Sure. My name is Catherine McCauley, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and spend a lot of time in the South Granville neighborhood supporting the businesses and restaurants there, and I support this rezoning application. I really believe that this initiative is the best possible use for this location, and it would be a missed opportunity not to have this project move forward. 223 new rental units at Broadway and Granville is fantastic. I was very surprised to hear an earlier speaker say that there's a lot of affordable and available rental accommodation in this neighborhood. I can tell you with 3 young professional adult children, all hoping to live independently in this area, that this is very much not the case. I believe that increasing the availability of rental housing is essential for our city. I think it's terrific that 20% of the units are restricted for moderate income households, and I welcome this. I think our city is greatly enhanced by having options for rental housing for all incomes. Any development that is rental and not condos is a step in the right direction to easing the housing crisis in the city, I believe. I also think this development will help get cars off the road because of the proximity to transit and bike lanes. It would be very easy to live there and not need a car at all, as the previous speaker just said. I think this development will really enhance the South Granville neighborhood. I heard an earlier speaker be quite nostalgic about how this neighborhood used to be, but that isn't where we are today. This is about the future of our city and making decisions about the best possible use for this particular location. We really need rental housing, and having it integrated with transit is ideal. For these reasons, I encourage you to support this important and exciting development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move to the next speaker. Clerks, can you notify the next person, please?
Speaker with phone number ending in 1952, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Yeah, hi there. My name's Sam Stacy, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Great. 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm in favor of this proposal, and I felt obligated to call in. So with allowing new and innovative housing projects like this one to be approved, we are hurting the city in the long run. I know that in an ideal world, the Broadway plan would also be approved, but nobody could have foreseen the pandemic, and I applaud City Council for allowing this proposal to move ahead. The fact is that it falls along with what is being released in the plan to date, and that plan is the product of long and careful consultation by city staff with the public. This proposal addresses the need for new rental housing in the area, and it doesn't displace any tenants. It provides more where there's been none. The grocery store will be well utilized by the neighbors and the surrounding community. There's no denying that. As a former UBC student, I understand how hard it is to find rental properties in Vancouver. My housemates and I had to apply to multiple units before getting accepted. Additionally, it will be crucial that we have more rental units available for all Vancouverites. This proposal is accessible to nearby grocery stores, beaches, and parks, and is a centric approach to improve community transportation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to ask the clerks to go to the next speaker, please.
Speaker with phone number ending in 1702, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Hi there, my name is Bailey Miazga, and I am a resident of Vancouver as well.
Thank you. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the chance to call in tonight in support of this project. I am in favor of it, and my whole family is very familiar to this area. I grew up just south of the village off Granville Street, and my dad's office was located right in the heart of South Granville. I also worked in the area at the Starbucks on the eastern side of South Granville Street by the bus stop. Not the one that's still in the Indigo on the corner of Broadway and Granville, but one that is now closed that was slightly further south. And when questioning why this location might have closed down, it's hard not to consider the lack of foot traffic in the area. I think over time, this neighborhood has become less of a destination for employees, young people and families, and it's really a shame. It's a beautiful and unique area of Vancouver, and I think we need to accept change if we want it to continue as one. This project will provide 200 plus residents of Vancouver with homes, a top transit near to a grocery store, and with an employment area. All of these people who will use this building daily will help animate the streets of South Granville. I'm very glad to see that this project has made it to a public hearing, and I do hope to see it approved tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see, let me just check here. I don't see any questions for you, so appreciate you calling in tonight. Just want to let council know that we did have up to 40 people on the line, but now it's down to 10. So what I'm going to do is just keep working my way through the list, and it maybe get to a third call around sometime after 9. So just to kind of let you know my plans, they're kind of moving around a bit, but I'll just keep informing you as we get closer to 10 o'clock. Clerks, next speaker, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 7347, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Speaker, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Please go ahead. If you could just let us know your first and last name and your, if you live in the city, that would be great.
Please go ahead. Yeah, so my name is Rebecca Hartley, and I live in Vancouver.
Thanks. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Great. Awesome. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. As mentioned, I live in Vancouver, and I'm lucky enough to live and own a home in the Fairview Slopes, only a couple minutes away from this building, which I fully support. I say lucky because I grew up in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and trust me, if you want to talk about carbon emissions, no place does it like my home province in the middle of winter. Which, as I like to remind my parents, is still going on, as it just snowed there the other day. Oh, and believe it or not, they're even building concrete buildings out there too. When we talk about unplugging our cars out there, we don't mean an EV vehicle. And even after a night on the heater, trust me, we have to leave it running for a good 10 minutes before it's warm enough for humans too. In contrast, no matter where I've worked in Vancouver, I've always been within walking distance or a short transit ride away. Frankly, I think I'm the envy of several of my colleagues, as when they come into the office, not only do they have to find parking and pay the high price of gas, they're also stripped of time they could have spent with their family or with a video game. I think the healthcare heroes at VGH deserve the same opportunity, as do those who work nearby at the Vancouver School Board, and especially those at City Hall,
ensuring our voices are heard tonight. All too often, we ignore those who allow our communities to thrive, like the small businesses on Granville Street. It's no secret that they're hurting right now, and it sure would be a lot easier for them to find staff if this building was approved. And who wouldn't want to live here? Yes, Broadway in its current form is a traffic sewer filled with those commuting from the suburbs. But the area has so much more to offer. My community is filled with comedy clubs, theaters, and restaurants, and if you can get across 4th Avenue, an amazing seawall, which my family loves to visit. That said, the residents here won't have to endure that. Have you seen how good their amenities look? Not only is there a fitness studio, which I'm sure we could all use after being trapped by the pandemic for so long, but that rooftop patio, which is open to all the residents, looks like a green oasis. Of course, the child in me could only imagine having daily access to such a sweet-looking playground. And don't get me started on the water park down by the Falls Creek Community Center. Look, I know living in a city isn't for everyone, and I can't tell you how many people tell me raising a family here is not worth the financial struggle it entails. My friends who would love to prove them wrong can't be here to speak tonight. And even if they tried, someone would dismiss their opinions. As they no longer live in our city, they just spend every day working to make it a better place. We should be spending every moment returning the favor, not debating over whether we could squeeze a few more homes onto a lot by demolishing an existing apartment building. If that, quote, zoned capacity is the only way we can provide homes for those wanting to live here, that we first have to throw existing tenants onto the streets, well, I guess I'm just not that hard-hearted. Of course, that was never a problem at this location, as it's already zoned for a 12-floor strata building, and I doubt RBC had any struggle with leaving their old offices. As for me, I'm a homeowner. I don't have any plans to leave. I want to raise my family here because I can't imagine a better place to give them a better future. Given our changing climate, I'm not concerned about shadows, and actually think this building will make my neighborhood's future brighter. More importantly, it'll do the same for hundreds of other individuals. So how could you do anything else but approve it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to ask the clerks for the next caller, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 6194, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Hi there.
Hello.
My name is
Hi
Ryan
there.
Burns. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead, please.
Great. And I do live in Vancouver. So yeah, thanks for letting me express my support tonight for the proposed plan. I'll have to reiterate a few points that I've heard from the last parts as well. I think the main ones is there's definitely a scarcity of rental units in this area, and a new injection of over 200 units is definitely a good thing for the community, especially adding the density around the public transit and increasing that is definitely a good idea. And what was really exciting is that 20% of the units are going to be below market value, which as someone that's had to move around a lot looking for new places is definitely a good sign. The one thing I'd also add is, and it's been brought up, that the 20% is in comparison only to new buildings. It doesn't take into consideration every building in the area. But I think it's a little unfair to compare a brand new building to buildings made in the 60s and the 70s. I think to make that cheaper than existing buildings is a little bit apples oranges. So I think it's fair the way they do it by comparing just to other new developments in the area. So yeah, that's about everything I had to say there. So thanks for your time.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to ask the clerks to go on to the next speaker, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 8539, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Good evening. My name is Parvati Sidhu. I'm a resident of Fairview. I
live and work in Fairview, just a few blocks from the site. And I am
Again, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I am calling to express my strong support for this rezoning and the proposed 39-story development, and to urge council to please approve this application. This will be a fantastic addition to Broadway and Granville, and it brings exactly what it needs. A good number of rental homes, including below market rental, a grocery store, which is something the area could really use, and a really solid vision and an example for how we should be looking to make the most out of the new Broadway line. And I also would, I want to urge council to consider not only how this development might fit within the neighborhood, but what's the cost of saying no? Like some of the callers opposed to this development, I also have deep concerns and fears, but what scares me is thinking about what's going to be left of the city if we don't get out of our own way and build more homes now. I'm concerned that opposition and inaction on higher density development like this project in Vancouver is permanently destroying the city's livability and any chance that my generation and the next have to call the city home. And, I've heard comments from callers opposed to this project express concerns also about livability. And so I want to pose the question, how can a city be livable without community and without people? And I want to talk about Fairview specifically as an example. Fairview offers amazing walkability. It represents the very best of city living. Easy transit access, access to groceries, restaurants, clinics, shops, everything you could need within a few blocks. To me, that's what livability is. And it's in jeopardy. Without a strong and stable supply of housing for a variety of income levels in this area, it all falls apart. Outside of Granville Island, Fairview is not a place that tourists flock to. The businesses here are dependent on local patrons who live and work nearby. On Broadway, between Oak and Spruce, there's multiple vacant commercial spaces that have just been sitting there empty for years. I saw, the businesses that are in that area struggle or close because pandemic office closures in that area meant they had no patrons around to keep them open. So it's just really hard to reconcile what I'm seeing where I live with some of the comments this evening about Fairview having enough density already. It's just not true. And now the businesses on Broadway in Fairview that managed to survive the pandemic are hit with more challenge from the subway construction and the removal of street parking. And I am highlighting this because I want to impress upon council that this is very much a neighborhood that will benefit immensely from rental housing, from this development, and from everything that comes with it. The grocery store alone is a fantastic and much needed addition to the area, but this is so much more than that. This is an opportunity to support the local businesses and the people whose livelihoods depend on those businesses after the difficult past couple of years. It would create new jobs in the area by adding retail space. It would help make new local business possible by introducing more density. And something that matters to me personally a lot is that it would help counter the loss of community that comes with lack of affordable housing by creating an amazing number of market and below market homes. You've heard younger callers today tell you they love it here. This is home. They want to stay. Please build this housing. We need housing. And I hope council hears them. And I hope that, into just looking at the written comments from people who have submitted comments in support of this application, it's consistent in those comments. We need housing. We need housing. And so there really shouldn't be a question about can we afford to lose this opportunity to bring that housing to this market and to this neighborhood. I think that there's a lot at stake and a lot to be gained, and that council should really seriously consider whether we can afford to say no. In the last 1 year alone, the price of rent in the city has increased over 20%. And so I just fail to understand how in this housing crisis, when residents are making it loud and clear to council they want to live here, that they just can't see a future here. I fail to understand how we can kind of continue on with this status quo because it's just not sustainable. What is a city without people? Who's going to live here? Who's going to enjoy all this space, all these things that people are saying they love about Vancouver? The people are what makes the city great. And And right now, this thing's pushing out more and more people every day, and I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned about, like other callers, whether
You are at your 5 minutes, so I just want to thank you so much for calling in tonight and participating. And I am going to move to the next caller. Thanks again. Clerks, can we have another caller, please?
Speaker with telephone number ending in 7944, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Thank you very much. My name is Christopher Gall. I live nearly across the street from the proposed building, so I am a Fairview resident. I'd like to start by saying ditto to Mr. Villegas in particular this evening, and to my other neighbors and professionals who made excellent points in opposition to this project, but I won't rehash those. I am vehemently opposed to this application. I own in the neighborhood now. My partner and I are both young professionals, but I've rented here previously over numbers of years in older buildings. I understand density. I live in a strata unit currently, but I certainly think there is a balance to be struck. I want to highlight points around meaningful consultation. I'm really concerned about foregone conclusions. I participated in the Broadway plan. I found that work very frustrating. And so I just want to make sure that we see evidence-based decision-making and transparent processes. I chose this neighborhood for a reason. It is a fantastic place to live, as other people have said. I've lived here as a renter. I live here now as an owner. I would never live in a place like Brentwood in Burnaby, for example, surrounded by towers. But I am a realist, and so other people have said, I think it was Mr. Villegas, keep it at 5 stories. I love neighborhoods of 5 to 8 stories. I think it's excellent and very livable. We do need to meet needs. We need to be reasonable. I think we can meet those needs with reasonable heights. I know my neighbors. I appreciate the sense of community that we currently have, and I'm deeply concerned about losing that. So I encourage you to spread the density across the city, across the neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody on the question list for you, so I am going to thank you for your time this evening. Council, I'm just going to make my second call now. The call-in numbers are on Twitter and the live stream, and it's a second call. Clerks, we're going to go to the next caller, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 9801, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello, Speaker.
Good evening, student council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Your first and last name and whether or not you live in Vancouver, please.
Hi, my name's Owen Brady. I live in Vancouver, and I strongly support this proposal. A few people have mentioned the last Vancouver plan survey. I too voted for distributed density on that survey, but like many others, I did that because I could not pick both. Council has not approved any plan for distributed 5 to 8 stories. That's not what the hearing is about tonight, so I guess I probably shouldn't be talking about it. In the recent Phase 3 engagement on the Broadway plan, though, 72% of survey respondents agreed that the concept for neighborhood centers, like what this building would be part of, would meet the current and future needs of the community. When it comes to public views, the greatest preference was for tall buildings to be clustered near transit stations, like this one is. This proposal aligns really well with the concepts presented for centers near SkyTrain stations in the Broadway plan. My main problem with the Broadway plan is that there's been too much consultation. It really should have been done 2 years ago so that we could be building a lot more housing right now. It's not reasonable, nor would it be equitable, to withhold housing now, right on top of a new transit station that's opening, because the city is running behind. There's been a lot of talk about affordability over the last 3 nights. Recent academic studies, such as papers by Evan Matz and Xiaodi Li, show that large new apartment buildings actually lower rents nearby. Furthermore, we know that new apartment buildings, net of demolitions, like this one, there won't be any demolitions, opens up vacancies in more affordable buildings. Another paper by Mass found that building 100 new apartments opens up approximately 58 vacancies in below median income areas. Of course, the 20% below market component helps even more. The evidence is clear. If you are voting against this, you are voting against affordability throughout the city and in Fairview specifically. I don't live in Fairview, but I would love to have a grocery store within easy walking distance of my home. The people who will be most affected by this development will be the people who get to live there. If the market rents are high, that means those people have options, and they will be choosing to live there because they like it, and it's the better than all alternatives. They can't call in tonight, though, because they don't know who they are yet. However, I do stand with the huge, overwhelming majority of the residents of Fairview. About 99% of the 33,620 residents as of 2016, counting up since then, I'm sure, who did not write in and did not participate in this proposal. People shouldn't have to write into bag council for every 200 homes. We need tens of thousands of them. Thank you for your time and attention. Please approve this project.
Thank you for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to ask the clerks to move to the next speaker.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 4585, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Seward Somerville. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I would like to speak to the matter at hand. I'd say that I have support for the broad parameters of the proposal. There are aspects of the rezoning that I would not recommend, but that sort of depends on the financial analysis that I haven't done on this particular proposal. I would say that I applaud the approach the city has taken on inclusionary zoning as a way to try to ensure that with development there is housing available for a broad set of residents. But that inclusionary zoning comes at a cost of increased density, right? You have to find some way to pay for it. In terms of the comments that speakers have made about the Broadway plan and where we are in this process, as others have said, it would have been best if the Broadway plan had been done in a speedy fashion so that, at this point in time, it was done. But given that we're not there, I think that there's merit in select spot rezonings that are consistent with where the phase 3 of the Broadway plan happens to be, as this proposal is, to mitigate and prevent the kind of, planning essentially fiasco that we've seen in the city, where commercial and Broadway, 29th Avenue, and still along the Cambie corridor, you've had stations and subways in place for, in the case of Cambie, over a decade, and obviously more for the Expo line, without significant rezoning and changes at a lot of the station nodes. If you look at King Edward and Cambie, where on 2 of the 4 corners you've got single-family houses, that speaks to some of the effects of having a slow planning process that's not coordinated with where the infrastructure and the timing of the infrastructure. People have spoken about gentrification. It's my understanding that gentrification is essentially a demand-driven process. It's not a supply-driven process. And not building and not having new housing go up doesn't get rid of the gentrification pressures at all. In fact, the research in the economics literature is increasingly showing that with new construction in the face of gentrification, that the rents on the non-new construction units, the existing units, do not go up as fast as they would have otherwise. And so that there are clearly benefits even to the pressures on the existing units. Finally, I just want to conclude with the observation that we've had, years of extremely low vacancy rates for rental housing in Vancouver. And I think nothing more speaks to the crisis that we have than the challenges in the rental market that are characterized by those low vacancy rates. And, it's hard to see a way out of low vacancy rates without increasing the supply of rental housing. Waiting for the Vancouver plan, waiting for the Broadway plan is a wonderful process. But when you have 2 million square feet of high-tech space leased up already, that's under construction that's going to be filled with lots of high-income workers, many of whom are going to be renters in the not very distant future, I think it is imperative that the city move with as much alacrity as possible to provide as much rental housing in place as we can, because the pressures that you see for gentrification now are nothing like what they're going to be in 4 or 5 years when, when you get the research space around the new St. Paul's and when the workers are filling the Amazon leased and Microsoft leased space in the downtown. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time this evening. I'm phoning in. I don't see questions for you tonight, so I am going to ask the clerks for the next speaker, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 6059, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. And can I have your first and last name, please, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, and if you could.
My name is my name is Daniela Elza, and I live on Falls Creek in a co-op. Dear councillors, mayors, and city staff, so I'm very near and constantly pass by that area. I oppose this kind of unhealthy density that this mega project aims for, and this is the kind of tower we're discussing. Somebody mentioned earlier weapons of mass densification, and somehow that resonated with me and stayed with me for the duration of listening. I want to talk a little bit about process, terminology, affordability, families, and market. Hopefully I can get through all that. So there are issues with the proposal and even more issues with the process. And much of that has been mentioned here. In my experience in the last year, I'm sensing that the city is ignoring not just its citizens, but also likely not informing adequately and arming council with relevant information to make good decisions. And there's a lot of science on livability and human density. And this building foreshadows the Broadway plan. It is not environmentally sound, and the density is not socially healthy. And we've heard about that, and nor are there enough planned urban forests and green spaces to support it. And there's a disconnect and a growing distrust in our process, and that is dangerous for whatever democratic process we have left. So I suggest instead of calling it a housing crisis, I think it's more to the root of calling it the affordability crisis. Because if we did have a housing crisis, we would have been housing a lot of more people by this time, knowing what we've been going through the last 30 years of growth. The model, so on affordability, the model that is used does not solve our problem with affordability. I personally can only pick from houses that is maximum of $1,500 per month. That's what my income allows, and that's over my 30%. You can see how much that limits my choice. So what I need is housing that is at this level of affordability. And if I'm a single parent with young children, then I will need a bigger unit for that amount of price, like $1,500. I was that parent, and my kids are now in their 20s finally, but they have no place to live in Vancouver, and they still want to live in this community where they've grown up. So they live at home because they cannot afford to pay the huge rents for the tiny boxes that are available. This is only possible because I'm in a co-op which puts social well-being before profit. Anytime we deal with a for-profit project, we have to be very careful who will profit and who will own, because that's where the profits are going to go. In Vienna, there's an example, a city of less than 2 million inhabitants. The target is to build 8,000 to 9,000 social homes every year, and this target is regularly met. Families are leaving Vancouver, and there's a slow war on children and families. And this tower also flaunts a miserable 20% of the suspect affordable housing. In a recently approved tower in Olympic Village, there was only 8 three-bedroom units out of 122. It is still not clear how affordable the housing will be. These meager numbers of family and below-market units are promises you do not have to keep, since you will not be there when the time comes to see them through. If this is the affordability crisis, then shouldn't we be...
Thanks very much. You have reached your 5 minutes.
What?
Thank you.
I did. My best quote is not there yet, but this has started in 1987. It's well documented by David Lay, and I had a quote for you. But okay. But the market is broken, basically, is what I wanted to tell you. And the financialization of our homes is real, and it's a big problem. And if you go with market arguments, then your arguments also will be broken and skewed and unreliable and unhinged.
Point of privilege, Mayor?
Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. My panel's frozen, but I'd like to ask a question of the speaker.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thanks so much for waiting on the line as long as you did. I'm just wondering if you could share that quote with me, with all of council, and then I have one other question for you.
Thank you. So the quote comes from David Lay, who writes in Styles of the Times in 1987, and this is about families. The market orientation requires high densities, and despite early protestations to the contrary, it is now evident that residential densities will approximate those of the West End. The market mandate also requires that the liberal social philosophy of social mixing will not be repeated. Socially assisted units will account for a smaller portion of the residential construction. Family units will also have a diminished presence, in fact, because child-oriented environments would require infrastructure such as schools and open spaces, which would be expensive in opportunity costs in comparison to development for childless households. This is end of quote. And so this insidious trend has been practiced since well before 1987, which speaks to a planned and purposeful displacement of children and families. And so that's the quote.
Can I ask you another question? I don't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I do have a question for you. And I'm just wondering, do you think that you had mentioned sort of the importance of having family-sized units? And I ran on for a family-friendly Vancouver. I mean, this isn't new. I get it. I'm a millennial. I have a 4-year-old. I'm just trying to understand, do you think that the supply of 3-bedroom units is too low? If this had more family-sized units or more units that had more bedrooms, would that change your mind? I'm wondering, just because you talked about the supply and the example of the Olympic Village.
Well, the problem with the idea of supply and demand, it's a myth. It's not a matter of supply and demand, because we know that our economy, 20% or somewhere of BC's economy is grown on real estate, somewhere there. And there was a report recently about the illicit money run through our market. So basically, the value is unhinged from, it's not a supply-demand issue anymore. That's not working, and it's been debunked. And so Maria Mazzucato wrote a whole book about that called Mission Economy, and one of the myths she debunks in there is exactly the supply-demand myth, which, government really is banking on right now. So that's convenient, but it is not at the heart of the issue of affordability for us. And no, the units that are being built are not family-sized units. There is documentation on that. There is data, so that's something the council can consider. Does that help answer?
So if there were more family-sized units, can I ask, would you be supportive of this? You don't have to answer my question, but.
Well, I don't think so, because those units will not be affordable to families. I mean, the next after poor people, poverty and homeless people, and poor on social assistance people are probably the families, and so you're beginning to eat into that contingent of people. And no, they can't. I have a family. I got divorced. I was a single parent, and I know it is impossible with the rents that are being proposed.
Thanks. Can I ask and you don't have to answer this, I'm putting you on the spot. What is your idea of an affordable unit for families? So like a 3-bedroom, what price point would you put as?
1,500. I pay just around that, 1,500 right now for a 3-bedroom. So compared to the current rents, yeah. And so compared to what we have out there, that is significantly more affordable, which it really puts the market to shame. And I feel like we need to harness the market to serve the needs of the populations we service and we help, but not cater to the market. And so when people talk to me about market value, I know it's not going to be affordable, even if it's 20% below market value, because we know that anything tied to the market is going to be problematic. And that whole market philosophy, market arguments don't work for people who cannot be part of the market.
Okay,
is what I'm trying
thanks. I'd suggest go and take a look at the affordable home ownership program that BC Housing's doing too, because they have a way to do this that hopefully harnesses some of that affordability, but it doesn't touch rental. But thank you for your comments. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weave has questions too.
Yeah, quick questions. The rain is just coming down.
Oh, I hear it.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm in a. So you talked about public well-being, and I want to recognize that like this building is talking about delivering one of the public amenities, which is affordable and rental housing. In public well-being, do you think we should also be looking at park provision, or like, do you believe that public well-being, having affordable rental and a grocery store is part of that public well-being, and we need to look at the full spectrum of amenities, including rental, recognizing that as being a need in this neighborhood.
Well, what I mean by public well-being also is like studies have shown that the real integration of households of different professionals and backgrounds promotes social solidarity and reduces crime, improves health, increases social mobility, avoids ghettoization, which I think we're doing a lot of that in Vancouver. We are creating ghettos of certain kinds of populations by income and whatnot, and alleviates the kind of pervasive moods of detachment and alienation. And so I could get excited about a grocery store, but I would rather be more excited to have a park for my child to play, and for that park not to be overwhelmed with dogs and like 100 people because they don't have anywhere else to go. Especially we saw that in the pandemic, and also that erodes the parks we have, and that is a much bigger upkeep for the city as well to sustain those parks to be usable. So yeah, there's well-being is a multifaceted thing, and light is significant. I have a student right now who lives in a room without a window. I don't know how that is even possible.
Okay, one of the things you talked about having mixed income in neighborhoods. Okay, I appreciate your comments around public well-being. Thank you.
Thanks for your time tonight. There are no more questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next. Thank you. Thanks. Clerks, do we have the next person?
Speaker with telephone number ending in 6064, you are now unmuted and can speak to council.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Sure can. Could have your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Yeah, hi there. My name is Edward Benson Evans, and I reside in Vancouver. I'm in support of this application. I've been a resident of Vancouver for the past 6 years. I've lived in the area at 12th and Pine, and then at 10th and Birch, and then at 15th and Burrard, and I've really enjoyed the area. It's a place where I could see myself buying one day. I could see myself living for the rest of my life. It's an awesome area. I'm totally supportive of the project. I've heard a lot of what people have said tonight, and I agree with the supportive side. I think the answer to all of this is further density, specifically around transit. I'm a long-time user of rapid transit, and I'm fortunate enough to own a car, but I was raised in a proud one-car family. So as I look to grow my own family, it's projects like this that I can see supporting the use of a one-car family, kind of in the long term. Commuters can easily get to transit, and it provides alternative modes for drop-offs and pickups nearby. So we're seeing lots of other municipalities nearby also building up, and I'm hoping to see Vancouver follow suit and continue building transit around desert. Thank you so much, and I hope you vote to approve this project.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to just make the third and final call for speakers. So the numbers are on the social media and live stream. It is 9:35, Council. We'll come back at 9:40. Just give 5 minutes for people to call in. right, thanks so much.
Speaker with phone number ending in 0339, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
So, Council, this is Kit Sauter. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a renter in Kensington Cedar Cottage, and have the pleasure to serve as the co-chair of the Renters Advisory Committee, providing advice to you, the Council, on issues regarding renters.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm speaking tonight in a couple of capacities. We, as a committee, I'll address the committee's comments and what I can represent on their behalf first, and then I'll speak as a private citizen. But we as the committee have been briefed in full by staff over the course of the last few months on the Broadway plan. A number of our members have been active participants in the more involved portions of the hearing process and consultation. And we've been actively engaging on the way in which the Broadway plan is developing and working to provide feedback. I say that to provide you with the understanding that we have a pretty robust context of what the consultation has provided to council on where the Broadway plan is and where it's heading for proposal and consideration in the coming weeks and months. And so turning specifically to the topic of 1477 West Broadway, the committee discussed it in our working group last night. We discussed it previously at our formal meeting last month. And overwhelmingly, the members of the committee believe that the proposal on its face has merit and that it should be supported by the council. In the context of our work for the City of Vancouver, just a reminder to the councillors and to those listening, our mandate for the Renters Advisory Committee is to advise you on council on strategic City of Vancouver priorities relating to renters, to monitor and to respond to the impact of provincial and federal legislation affecting tenants, and to advise council on enhancing access and inclusion for renters in developing city policy and civic life. So what I would say in regards to that mandate is that this, like many other proposals with purpose-built rentals, with subsidized and supported rentals, with density near active and rapid transit hubs, this is substantive and meaningful action to address a series of generational crises that face the city. And I believe it's incumbent upon you as councillors to support this project and many others outside of the scope of the discussion on this motion before council tonight. I'll leave behind my comments as co-chair of the committee, but I want to reassert our support as a committee for this proposal. And I'll shift to being a citizen, a father of a 2-year-old who I just got to bed in time to call in to speak to council, and a young professional here in the city. I work in a nonprofit advocating for sustainable finance to tackle the climate crisis. 40% of our emissions in the province of British Columbia are from the built environment. The single biggest thing we can do to tackle our emissions is to build denser, to build near rapid transit or on rapid transit stations, to provide things like 500 bike lockers so that people can live, work, and play in the same neighborhoods. 1477 West Broadway is a 20-minute walk from my office downtown. It is a 15-minute bike ride from the place I live today. And critically, from the perspective of sustainable finance, it is located at the heart of the 15 square kilometers in the city of Vancouver, the downtown core, False Creek Flats, and the Heights in Fairview that represent 34% of the jobs in Metro Vancouver. That's 1 in 3 jobs in Metro. That's 1 in 4 jobs in British Columbia. That's 1 in 10 jobs west of Ontario. It is incumbent upon you as councillors to reckon with the fact that you are facing generational crises, climate collapse, affordability, and the fracturing and breaking of families. you have to get to a place where you can review and approve projects like this, zoning like this, and a plan for a sustainable future for our city. I have lost my groomsmen, my high school best friends, my little sister. I have seen friends go through medical school, law school, CPA accreditation. I've watched a good friend who served this city go from wanting to be a medical doctor to becoming an epidemiologist because she was inspired by Dr. Bonnie Henry. Her husband is a corporate solicitor. She is a top flight epidemiologist now after 2 years of an advanced degree.
Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you
moved
are
to
over your 5
Victoria because they couldn't find affordable housing here in Vancouver. So if you cannot build a future for those who are most privileged,
Thank you.
then I don't know what work you are doing here. Please
Thank you.
support
You
this
do have
project.
a question, Council. You have questions from councilors. Thanks, Council. This will be it for speakers tonight. We do have a number of speakers on the line. So before I turn to Councillor Kirby-Yung for speakers, just let those still interested in speaking know that we will be coming back on May 10th at 6 p.m. I'm just making sure that's correct to finish the remainder of the speakers. May 10th at 6 p.m. Okay, thanks so much. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And hi, Kit. I know that you're dealing with parenting duties, but I'm pretty sure you probably followed some of the speakers and have heard some of the dialogue and discussion in the public realm around this. The question I have for you is
Absolutely do. And I've been on the line for about an hour and a half.
Okay, so the question that I have for you, maybe because I'd love to hear a perspective from your point of view, is that there's two schools of thought when it comes down to it on this. There is the folks that really love the Fairview neighborhood and have a lot of memories about, have been there for some time and have a lot of memories about what it is and the walkability in the neighborhood. And then there are other folks that have a different point of view that are saying that we need the rental housing supply. And there's different, and we need the diversity of choices, and we have a low vacancy rate, and we need to keep people in the city and all that. And there's, I think, differences between the two groups in terms of where they're coming from, or perhaps points in their lives. I'm just wondering if you would feel like you want to delve into that and characterize how you see the differences in kind of these two different schools of thought that we're getting basically on this particular project.
Yeah, and I do not envy you and your colleagues' responsibility to answer to the mounting tensions in what is overwhelmingly a generational divide. So my sympathies to you on the work ahead of you, and quite frankly, the election is going to be fought on this issue. To speak to those two schools of thought, I am sympathetic to and empathetic in reckoning with the fact that there are people who have worked very hard, secured their own properties, gotten into a co-op, found a stable rental in this neighborhood and others that are, quite frankly, built to a human scale, ground-oriented, green and leafy. That is an ideal and idyllic place to be. I get it. And I also appreciate, through conversations with peers, friends, colleagues, family members who are divided by a generation, how they cannot grasp or understand what it is to be making less than $100,000 as a combined two earning household income and paying more than $3,000 a month for rent. I would say that when you have CPAs and engineers and architects who are in their 30s and 40s living in mildewed basement suites, or having to choose whether they live and commute from Chilliwack and Port Moody or try to telecommute from Comox, that the city is being deprived of its future and it's being starved of what makes a city great, which is a diverse and dynamic set of people who are committed to making it better and growing it. And so the decision that's before council, both now and in the broader context over the course of the Broadway and the Vancouver plan, and in the face of this upcoming election, is will you as councillors choose positive growth? And will you do it in a manner that is even, equitable, and transparent to individuals, investors, and folks who want to come into the city. Because the current system that we have is opaque, it is Byzantine, and it requires young parents who would rather have a movie night right now. I am not sitting watching Netflix with my wife for the third time because of a public hearing in 6 months. And I don't have the time for this. And so generationally, we are being choked out of this city, and it is undermining our future. And it is incumbent upon all of you to fix this profound injustice.
I really appreciate you sharing those thoughts, and I can hear the kind of visceral emotion in your voice. Thank you for speaking and sharing that.
Thanks. You do also have questions from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually don't have questions for the speaker, though appreciate his time, but was hoping before we hit 10 o'clock to move a motion to extend to finish hearing from the rest of the speakers, close the speakers list, and then refer closing comments from the applicants and staff and debate and decision to unfinished business on Tuesday, April 26th.
Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Second, Dominato.
Okay, I'm going to move us over to the main queue. And now if people would like to speak to this before we vote on it, please put yourself on the queue. I will preempt and ask the clerks, how many speakers do we have on the line currently?
Mister, we have 3 now.
Great. Okay, Councillor Carr? On this motion to extend?
Councillor
Carr, I appreciate very much the motion by Councillor Boyle. I realize that I have missed tonight due to being on a leave of absence due to civic business. I will also be on a leave of absence on May 10th for civic business, and so I would really appreciate listening to speakers tonight and referring the decision, so I would have an opportunity to be able to review the speakers that I missed and be able to vote on this issue. It's an important one for the city, and I appreciate very much the motion by Councillor Boyle. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, we just have 6 minutes before 10 here, so.
I'll be fast. I was just wondering why you advised May 10th earlier, and then we got another sort of suggestion from the clerk on April 26th, because I thought we have a pretty full council agenda on April 26th.
No, there's a difference between if we have, if we close the speakers list, it would be the earlier date because we can move it to the council meeting. But if we don't close the speakers list, it's the next reserve date, which is May 10th.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Are we still able to ask questions of the speaker? Or was that?
Oh, sorry, we've got a motion on the floor.
No, I just was wondering, after is a point of procedure, can I ask questions of the speaker?
Perhaps. Depends how it goes.
Perhaps it's in a yes or a no. So I'd like to ask questions of the speaker, but I agree with what Councillor Kirby-Young had just asked. I had understood it was May the 10th. It was a reserved date for this. And as Councillor Carr had said, I think it's a very important issue for the city. So if this motion, and I just want to clarify, has been moved to include it as unfinished business on the April 26th council meeting, is that correct?
Yep.
Procedure? Then I won't be voting in favor of this. I think that we already had a reserve date that was mentioned not only at this meeting, but at a previous meeting for this, so I would prefer it to be on May 10th.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a written motion that's been sent in that I should amend. Can I offer an amendment to that?
Well, we do have the, sure, what is your proposed amendment?
My proposed amendment is that we would reconvene on May the 10th to hear from, or to have debate and decision. I'm not debating closing off the speakers list tonight.
Well, we'll have to make this decision for, that wouldn't be, we have to make this decision first.
Procedurally, I can't amend a motion.
Well, it's not really, this one is that we would complete the speakers list tonight, so that your motion is
No, I'm fine to complete the speakers list tonight, but because we've been telling people that we would be coming back on May 10th if we didn't complete, I'd be asking for debate and decision on May 10th.
If you want to, we are at 9:57, and I have Councillor Weave on the list as well. So if you want to try an amendment in 3 minutes,
Well, since there wasn't, yeah, I'd be happy to move that as an amendment.
so you're moving that we.
Come on.
I will be voting against the amendment, recognizing that Adrian Carr just said she'd be out of town that date, and I don't think it's fair to the council.
You're not. Sorry, you don't have the floor, Councillor Weave. So do we have a seconder for this amendment to the to the motion? Sorry, Councillor Dejanova, I don't hear a seconder. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Weave, who's on the list. Councillor Weave, go ahead. Up to 5.
No, if it's not seconded, then I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we have a motion on the floor to extend and hear from speakers, and then we finish, and then we would move debate and decision to clerk's refresh my memory. It is April 26th.
Mayor Stewart, that is correct. April 26th, council meeting.
Everybody's clear on what we're voting on. I'm going to move to a recorded vote because I hear some division at the moment. So I'm going to call a recorded vote at 9:58. Okay, that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So we are going to extend to hear from the remainder of speakers. Clerks, if we can, sorry, I'm going to just check for Councillor Dejanova. Is the last speaker still on the line? Clerks?
Mayor Stewart, I believe she is.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are? Okay, great. Councillor Dejanova has questions for you, speaker. Please go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. And while I was listening, Kit, I had to go and tend to my own 4-year-old. So I had to take my earpiece and my phone with me, but I understand completely where you're coming from. I'm wondering if you, to the people who spoke before you, who feel that this is going to change sort of the density and character of new development in the neighborhood, is this, and say that it will stick out like a sore thumb, is the neighborhood as it is now how you'd like to see it forever, or would you like to see as buildings age and maintenance becomes a financial burden and new rental is built, for there to be more density and to be more family housing in your neighborhood? Fairview.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So I think that what I would say to those citizens who've come out in opposition, who have concerns about impacts on neighborhood character and things like that. I, for context, bike that corridor down West 12th out to UBC every Saturday morning. I know the neighborhood well. I stop there for coffee. I do business there. And it's my bike route home from work when I bike commute daily during the week across the Broad Street Bridge and up through the Fairview Flats. So what I would say is I would actually discard the built environment. I would tell them that in huge swaths of the city, what I see are effectively empty neighborhoods. What I see are places that have been hollowed out. I've been coming into the city since I was a small child growing up in the suburbs. I have lived here for more than half a decade. I have worked here for more than 15 years. I see a city, and the demographic data, the census data shows us, that west of Cambie is being gutted. And by building density, yes, in this instance, more than 12 stories, and hopefully with the Broadway plan and the Vancouver plan, with mixed multiplex and ground-oriented and 6-story walk-ups like the one I live in on Kingsway. What this neighborhood will get is an injection of young families. It will get people like me and my wife who are UBC-educated professionals. I work in nonprofits in sustainable finance and climate change. My wife is a patented research chemist and an immigrant. And these neighborhoods deserve families. They deserve hope. They deserve aspiration for a better future. And right now, we aren't getting that because there isn't room. Everyone's getting squeezed out. And those who can stick around feel like they're just getting squeezed.
Thanks so much for sharing that with us. And you feel that this is not going to stick out like a sore thumb in the neighborhood as we see, Vancouver move forward and other buildings sort of age out of affordability and affordable rental. Is that correct? Knowing that a rental building at some point, the maintenance costs are so high that it's inevitable that it's going to be redeveloped.
Yeah, what I would say to that, Councillor, is that the city has slowed its densification and its growth for the vast majority of the last 40 years, and that a more organic approach to development with mixed density forms in line with the kind of growth and development that was done in the West End to great success and international acclaim is what we should be pursuing here, and that this project and others like it need to be adopted along this corridor so that we can continue to house the people that fill, like I said in my initial comments, those jobs that make up 1 in 10 salaried positions and hourly wage jobs in all of Western Canada.
Thanks so much, Kit. Really appreciate you coming to speak on behalf of yourself and the Renters Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry, you also have questions?
Yeah, thanks, Kit. I think you did a really great job of articulating your position here, and appreciate it very much. I want to bring the focus obviously straight into larger issues around citywide development and that kind of thing, and I think bringing the focus back to the conversation at hand, of course, which is this specific building. And I'm curious, because the one thing that we most of these conversations have landed around the Broadway plan and neighborhood impacts and stuff, but we've talked very little about this building itself, and we haven't heard a lot of comments about the building itself. Do you think, just in isolation on this building, does it deliver enough for transit-oriented development? Should we be striving for more, like more affordability, more public accessible green space, those kind of things that we would normally see with development of this scale?
I mean, the short answer to your question, Councillor, is yes. I think you've heard my comments over the course of our tenure working together on the committee, and I've made plenty of others in submission to staff during consultations over the course of the last 14 months. But I've consistently asked the question why, in the context of the Vancouver plan and the Broadway plan, we aren't considering heights as high as 60 stories, which is the physical and engineering limit that has been recognized as a standard within the city of Vancouver, particularly along Bedrock, like the corridor of Fairview Heights. I know that would be a shocking statement for many of the remaining listeners and previous commenters to hear, but the reality is that if we were to take this single project, any of the concerns that you've outlined, right, additional affordability measures, additional accommodation, additional community amenities and resources, at the end of the day, the question becomes, is this going to be public dollars, charitable dollars, or private sector dollars that finance what's going on? And my personal political philosophy and view is that we need to move harder and faster on all of this. And the easiest way to do that is probably to allow the private sector to build more and better in partnership with the goals that have been outlined by duly elected governments. So what I'd say is, if I had my druthers, the building would be more than twice as tall, with probably the same footprint. But I luckily don't have to answer to the electorate like you all do. So if I had my preference, this corridor and the city as a whole would probably have higher heights, but also with the context of the plans, a lot more mixed diversity of builds below the 6-story height.
But again, back to this building, because we're not talking about the Broadway plan. We're really Do you think it could do better in delivering some of that public green space or deeper levels of affordability, given it's a transit node?
I think that on the balance of the policy pressures that you as council are faced with, that the building does an admirable job of squaring the many requirements that are placed upon the developer. And I think that in particular, the direct access to the Broadway line is critical to meeting a lot of the value that's being asked of the development. So I think that squares the circle on do we need more, should we get more? Because those bike locker amenities and access to transit are putting this, I think, farther ahead than even a proposal too long.
And that's a fair assessment. And do you feel that that's reflective of how the Renters Advisory Committee would view this, or were they seeking deeper affordability?
No, I think that the Renters Advisory Committee, as a 15-person committee, has a broad and diverse set of viewpoints on this. I think that my co-chair would say quite clearly that she thinks that more affordability measures are a must, and any opportunity for further partnership with MST and nonprofits to provide additional amenities would be something that she would encourage. I'm not going to delve into the remaining 13 members of the committee, but I can't speak to a uniform position on.
That's fair. I'm out of time. Sorry, but I do appreciate the answers. That's great.
We have it to 5 minutes. Thanks so much. I don't have any more questions for you, so we are going to move to the next speaker. Clerks, could you alert the next speaker that they're...
Speaker with telephone number ending in 0641, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello, my name is Melody Haskell. I am a resident of Burnaby, and I wanted to bring in a perspective which is too often left out of these meetings. I am calling in support of this project, and I have some good reasons for that. So I think Kit was talking about people leaving the city, being priced out, feeling squeezed. But people who get priced out of housing don't always just leave. Quite frequently, more so than you would expect, they simply become homeless. And the math there that is simple and is forgotten in the midst of all this economic discussion of supply and demand and view cones and shadows is that when people can't afford their homes, they become homeless. I think for every caller we've had, every speaker we've had during the course of these multiple nights, there are probably at least 20 people in Vancouver whose primary concern right now is, damn, I would like to not be homeless. Damn, I would like to have my kids have a safe place to sleep. But they can't show up to this meeting or any of the other meetings because they're busy dealing with homelessness. Now, I don't think they would care about if developers turn a profit on the housing. I don't think they care about whether their view of the mountains is flawless. I don't think they care about the percentage of below market housing in the housing that is built for them. I think while we're dithering around here, literally chasing shadows, these people are suffering, they are at best leaving, and they are frequently dying. And I think that is a perfect microcosm of how the fear of change, which is a theme that is so often warned against in all of our literature as humans and all of our media, is such a common refrain in history. The fear of change is choking this city. And I think in 50 years, this will be a mirage of a city, a dead city, if we are not building housing now. Every public hearing that we spend, every time that a single project like this gets dragged out through multiple weeks, people are not just having an abstract win or lose on a discussion. You know, YIMBYs and NIMBYs are not, fighting out in the discourse of ideas. People are suffering and dying. This is a real problem. So I would like to express specifically some frustration with a habit I've seen from Councillor Hardwick, for example, of weaponizing question time.
Speaker, I'll just kind of Speaker Elder's going to pull you away from that. So if you could just stick to the issue at hand here, and keep your comments general and not personal, that would be great. Thank you.
You're right. I apologize for that.
No problem.
I think another point I wanted to touch on is that it's important that we do not try to solve the entirety of the complex housing issue in one go with every project. Councillor Fry asked, could this be better on things? Yeah, absolutely. It could be 100% affordable housing. It could have, multiple avenues of green space it creates. But if we try to do that, every piece of the puzzle, we just end up doing nothing. And that is the stall tactic. That is why housing has become the crisis it has, is because the fear of accomplishing partial progress has paralyzed us. So, I look at this development, which doesn't have any displacement of existing renters, which seems like a very good mix of all of the qualities of housing we're looking for, which has been through the process and approved. And I see that we have literally had the hammer put in our hands, and we are debating whether to nail the board or whether to just drop the hammer on our feet. And I'm just confused, right? We can solve these problems one piece at a time. We can approve yes to this, even though it's not perfect. And you know what? It'll get us a lot closer to perfect on the next one. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
Oh, sorry. I think it was some background noise. Sorry. Please continue.
Anyways, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much for your time tonight and calling in. And I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to ask the clerks for the next speaker, please.
Speaker with phone number ending in 7588. You are unmuted. I can speak to council. Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead. Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes. Your first and last name and whether or not you live in the city.
Yeah, it's Elizabeth Murphy, and yes, I live in the city. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I am opposed to the proposed rezoning. It is a breach of process to bring this project forward for rezoning in advance of the Broadway plan approval. This will set a major precedent for the entire Broadway corridor that has implications for all station areas from Commercial Drive to Jericho Lands. It is putting the cart before the horse. The 40 stories and 12.3 FSR is far too large for Broadway. It would cast long shadows north to the water, covering parks and green space. Broadway is up the hill, so increases the impact of the height. The shadow diagrams in the report are not accurate. The excellent work by Stephen Boas shows how the shadows are much more impactful than shown in the city materials for the same time and date. This scale of development will inflate land values throughout the corridor. It will reduce affordability of both ownership and rentals with inflated rents. It also puts development pressure on all the adjacent older, more affordable buildings that will displace many people. Those who are the most vulnerable could end up homeless. The very few marginally affordable units created in the new tower could be fully offset by the amount of affordability lost in the surrounding community. The land inflation and impacts of this new tower may even create more unaffordability through impacts on the surrounding area than the new units it creates. The embodied carbon created by this scale of tower and the subway makes this project and the precedent it would create completely unsustainable. Large towers have the highest amount of embodied carbon, so should not be encouraged outside of the downtown core. There is no justification for this scale on Broadway. The kinds of concentrated density that towers of this scale create put much more pressure on amenities and infrastructure. There are no adequate plans for the provision of the required amenities. In fact, many recently built new communities still do not have promised amenities, such as the school at Olympic Village, the Recreation Community Center at Fraser Lands. Norquay was rezoned over a decade ago and still doesn't have its promised amenities, even though it was amenity deficient to start with. There is so much development planned for the Canby corridor that engineering admitted a few years back that once it is all built out, there would not be enough basic infrastructure such as sewers, water, and power to support it, and this will cost billions of dollars to bring up to standard. The Broadway corridor will be even more dense than Canby if built out as proposed, and now the rental is encouraging. The development fees would be waived, so CACs and or DCLs would not be available to fund much of this infrastructure and amenities. It would fall on property taxes and debt financing for most of this growth. The school system is provincially funded, but they are currently being cannibalized by forced school closures, sales or lease of public lands to fund new schools. Families are forced to commute across town to find a space in schools. This is creating generations of commuters rather than having space in local schools they can walk to. Vancouver was designed pre-war, before the common use of the automobile. It is inherently transit-oriented, so everywhere is within a 10-minute walk of an arterial road. Vancouver was designed around the streetcar system and later converted to be served by trolley buses. With more electric bus service, we can electrify the transit system. We don't need the whole city to be rebuilt into only a few expensive corridors. While we are adding a subway here, it is not necessary to provide most of the growth for the whole city along this one corridor. Broadway can still contribute to growth at a livable scale that is sustainable using a proper planning process in the context of the local community. It is not reasonable for this precedent-setting 40-story tower to be at public hearing now when the Broadway plan is going to council next month, mid-May. The developer has been holding this property since 2007. Surely they could have waited a couple more months until the Broadway plan. At the very least, this should be postponed until after the Broadway plan is approved. To do otherwise would completely undermine any pretense of a planning process.
Thank you. That is the 5 minutes. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Just to let you know, Council, we still have 4 people on the line, and to extend past 11 p.m. would require a unanimous vote. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Again, we are very much focused on 1477 West Broadway here. I understand the larger context, and we've heard about the cart before the horse business, but really focusing on this particular site. I've asked this question of other speakers. 40 stories, 5 stories, somewhere in between. Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, again, I think it comes down to proper planning. And, you know, I think we need to have the broader context of the citywide plan, Broadway plan, to understand how much growth we are going to need to take in the next 30 years, how much is in the pipeline, what forms of and scale of development we need, and how much of that needs to be provided on Broadway. And then look at the existing zoning, which is the C3A, how much can be, how much is currently in that, how much could be provided in that, how much bigger you would need to do than that, or if you could stay within the C3A. So I think the problem here is it's hard to nail a number when you haven't done the planning. So, you know, I just think that we need to do a planning within the context of that location. You know, we've seen some of the shadowing diagrams that were corrected, and we see how far the 40 stories goes. Well, we need to see what half that goes. You know, what does 20 stories look like? What does 15? What does 12? What is,
okay, so
10?
Herein lies the rub. On the one hand, you're saying we need to have a more evolved planning process, and yet we've heard other speakers say that what we're doing tonight here is dithering, quote.
Yeah, well, it's not dithering.
And we've heard, in contrast, we've heard more, higher, bigger, damn the torpedoes, build all that you can twice as high. And then we've got other people coming and saying, well, what about livability and all the various factors that you've listed off here? So how do we find a place between this? Because I'm just seeing such division before us. It's very difficult to try and reconcile.
Well, I think that the city has an obligation to do proper planning. That is what the city does, is it manages land use. And instead of just going after lofty aspirations, it needs to be based on facts and actual needs, and to look at the bigger picture and come up with something that works for that location. So I think that just claiming an emergency and just throwing whatever at the wall sticks is not planning, and that's what they're doing. So I think it's not the way to go about things. We already have so much in the pipeline already. It's not like this is the last building that ever is going to be built. There's tons that already have been built, that's already in process of being built, and we need to properly plan, and especially for something that is setting the precedent across the way. Because actually doing these kind of lack of planning, where you just have a typology that you just keep plunking down everywhere without considering the context, is not going to create a livable, affordable city. We need to. It takes some work, and we have to do the work.
Well, we also heard that this is a simple problem, and why are we not just?
It's not a simple problem. I mean, the simple thing to do is to do the planning and come up with, work with the community and come up with something that works.
Yeah, I think there's a fundamentally different visions of how the city would go in the future. Thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Clerks, on to the next speaker, please.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 1892. You are unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello there.
Hi there. If we could have your first and last name and whether or not you live in the city, please.
Yes, my name is Kathy Hochachka, and I live in Vancouver. I've been a renter for 21 years, and now I'm very fortunate to own. Can you all hear me?
Sure can.
Thank you very much. So I have to say, I don't have a prepared speech of anything for tonight, but I have been, in the evenings, I've been listening very closely to what has been going on in this public hearing. And I apologize, I wish I would be able to provide some of the statistics and data on both sides that have been presented. But I want to talk to a little bit of decision making, because this is where I feel the rubber hits the road. We've heard a lot from both sides. From the people who support it, they like the fact there's transit density. We've heard the fact that they like a grocery store. We've heard the fact that they just, any kind of rentals are better rentals than nothing, and any kind of affordable renting is better than nothing. From the people who oppose it, we believe that, the land lifts are going to make both the current rentals that are there and future rentals unaffordable. We believe that there's going to be rent-evictions. They believe there's going to be shadowing. The livability is not there. Personally, I oppose this proposal. And I guess what I'd like to bring to your attention is that, how are you going to start valuing these different options? What's the structured decision-making process that each of you, either as a city council and mayor, or individually have for how to go about making a decision that is going to best serve the interests of the city. And I don't know how that's going to be. So I hope and wish that you're able to take all this information in, and I will propose that for people who are currently living here, for people who are currently renting here, there have been some questions about how do you, in fact, a couple of councillors earlier tonight, and I think also on Tuesday night, mentioned, should we value the people who are here more highly than those who we value who are not here yet? Well, if that's the logic, then I would ask you this question. If you believe that other people should be able to weigh in on our current city, I do think that they should be given a voice. But then my question to you would be, at what length would you like that voice to extend? Would you like that voice to extend to votes? Should people from the surrounding approximately 23 municipalities, I'm sorry, that may not include all the entire Lower Mainland, not just Metro Vancouver, should they be voting for us or not? So in my personal opinion, I do believe that the residents of Vancouver take a higher priority, no matter where they are in the city, to those who are outside the city. I also believe that the land lift situation that goes on with ongoing rezoning, which is well known, well documented, and has happened for years, needs to be taken into consideration. This is going to impact the rents of both the 20% of the social housing units in this building, the 49 units, and the more than 200 units of rentals. I appreciate that the proponent, and to be clear, I am not against developers. I am not against making profit. The developer is doing exactly what they should be doing, and I encourage them to do that. The only consideration, though, is that it's a challenge in the city because of the land values. It's also going to become an increasing challenge because there's a labor shortage for any of the, not just developers, but the construction companies who actually are the ones who become the GCs for these places, for the supplies, and for the construction loans that are submitted from the both any kind of banking or institutions that finance the developers and construction consortiums. So, in conclusion, I just hope that the city and you as mayor and councillors are able to make the best decision for those of us who are currently living, working, residing, and voting for you in our city. Thank you very much for our time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Clerks, do we have the next speaker, please?
Speaker with a telephone number ending in 3587, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Oliver Omi. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am speaking in support of 1477 West Broadway. This project is proposing to create 223 purpose-built rental units together with retail, including a much-needed grocery store, as well as office space above the future Granville Station. Furthermore, the application is proposing 20% of the floor area as moderate income units. Lately, the federal government has announced new targets to increase immigration to Canada by approximately 450,000 per year for the next 3 years. Research shows that these new immigrants prefer to settle in Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. This leaves the question of where will they live and what impact will they have on the existing housing stock and rents. The Broadway line is already under construction, as we can see by all the construction going on and all the trucks and the boarding and hoarding. And we know that more people are heading to Vancouver in the next coming years. I believe that Vancouver and Council and the Mayor should take full advantage of the new Broadway line infrastructure and create as many housing units as possible, since it won't be long before we find ourselves with another housing shortage tomorrow. Basically, what I'd like to get at here is that, the whole purpose of this Broadway line was, if we take a look at the studies done by KPMG, were to analyze a east-west transit line leading to UBC. And, what is vital to this city, of course, is the university, which is a great institution, as well as the downtown, tourism, all that kind of stuff. And increasing the amount of population and density around the transit stations is exactly what this city needs to move forward, right? To move forward. And basically, that's what I called to say.
Thank you so much. Just hold on, though. You have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick.
Sure thing.
5 minutes, please.
I just wanted to confirm that this is Oliver Ami that's speaking.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it, Speaker. Thanks so much for calling in tonight. And we're going to move to the next speaker, Council. Clerks.
Speaker with telephone number ending in 3015, you are unmuted and can speak to council.
Hi, my name is Leslie Madison, and I live in North Burnaby. I'm phoning in regards to 1477 West Broadway. I'm interested. I don't live in Vancouver. I have lived in Vancouver, but I'm very interested in when the cities are bringing up, or the municipalities are bringing up, supposedly affordable housing. I understand what other people can say. I understand the concern about looking out and only seeing condos. I live up on the Burnaby North Hill, and when I look out, I have a view of all the condos. They're higher than me now, so I can hear that. My issue with this is that when I read the summary, that it states that it's going to be a 39-story mixed-use building with 223 secured rental units. I'm not sure what that means. So that means that there will be, that 39-story building will hold 239 units? Is that what that means?
Yeah, just on the nature of our public hearings here is that we listen to your statements of up to 5 minutes, but it's not a question and answer session with council, just to clarify.
Okay. So I was just asking for a point of information. Anyhow, I believe that the 20% below market rents is not enough for this rezoning. I do urge that they make it more affordable, and I do understand that we definitely need housing now. Forget about shadows. We need housing because people are going to be making the shadows on the streets and courts. Okay, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you, so I'll just appreciate your calling in this evening. Clerks, we can move on to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is speaker ending in telephone number 1769. You are unmuted and can speak to council.
Hello. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Maximilian Leper. I'm a renter in the city of Vancouver, and I actually work for the city in the Engineering Services Department, whilst attending university full-time. I'm going to keep my comments brief, as I'm actually attending my family's iftar, and they have not been too keen on me having this call play on the background throughout our gathering. I'll further add that it's the last 10 days of Ramadan, and I wish to focus away from civic policy. All that said, as an engaged citizen, I felt the need to call it. I wanted to give first my thanks to City Hall and support staff for allowing video playback and those of us who were not in attendance at first during session to rewatch and stay up to date. I'm a strong supporter of this project for so many reasons. The reasons have been stated by a plethora of callers before me, and I will reinstate them all to keep things brief. I'll add that an immediate family member of mine lived in this neighborhood just a few blocks away from this rezoning. I'm very familiar with this area. I really appreciate how this building will bring life along Broadway and Granville and serve as a gateway as one crosses and views this building from across the bridge, similar to Vancouver House. This visual appeals is aided by the pleasing architectural design of this proposed development. I also like how the design is functional, with many amenity spaces, awnings, and a grocery store at grade, not to mention the SkyTrain. I will avoid conversing regarding the Broadway plan, so I will mention I understand the issue of timing in the process of this development was due to the need to advance construction to avoid complications when the station opens. I urge Council to vote in support of this proposed development, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you. I'm just going to check with the clerks for the next speaker.
Mayor Stewart, we don't have anybody else on the line.
Thanks so much. So I have called 3 times for speakers, council, and that there are no additional speakers. The speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments received on this after 5 p.m. today, we're going to close the receipt of public comments. And now we're going to recess. And when we come back on May 10th, and clerks, correct me if I'm wrong, May 10th at 6 p.m., we will hear closing comments from the applicant, from the staff. Councils can ask questions of staff, and then we'll debate the motion.
Mayor Stewart?
Point of procedure, Mayor?
I'm sorry, I probably got that entirely wrong.
Yeah.
The clerk are I'll get right to your point of procedure. So we're adjourning, are we, clerks?
That's correct, Mayor. We've referred the item to the council meeting next week as unfinished business.
Okay, so we need a motion to adjourn then?
So moved. Dominato.
Thank you. Second?
Second, and point of procedure, we are referring it to the next council meeting, correct?
That's it.
Not May 10th.
I'm sorry, Council, I've been chairing since 1 p.m. and I am just brain dead. So if clerks, if you could just recap what we're doing here before we vote, that would be great.
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we will be we've referred the item as unfinished business to council meeting next week on Tuesday.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Everybody's clear on that. We need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed? I doubt it. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, everybody. Meeting's adjourned. Thanks to all the callers.
Everyone.
Okay, thank you. See you shortly, I'm sure.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.